Good evening and welcome. I'm Mayor Dean Brookie, and I'd like to welcome you to this January 19th, 2021 the regular meeting of Durango City Council. With that, may we have a roll call, please?
Councilor Bachin?
Here.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Present.
Councilor Youssef?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Present.
And Mayor Brookie?
Here. Thank you so much. With that, I'd like any of the councilors to identify any actual or perceived conflicts of interest for any of the items we have on our agenda this evening. Hearing none, we'll move into public participation, item 4.0. Public participation is intended to allow a 3-minute presentation by any member of our public on any issue that is not on our agenda this evening. If you are ready to speak on an item that is on our agenda this evening, we request that you hold that comment for the public hearing specific to that item. With that, to keep in mind, we're trying to limit our comments to 3 minutes. Keep an eye on our moderator. The video feed will show you the time remaining. Please use the raise hand function if you're using Zoom. And if you are calling in by telephone, press *9 to raise your hand, and you will be brought into the indoor meeting by our moderator. Our moderator will announce the next person to speak, and we'll ask you to unmute yourself at that time. I would like to remind everyone to be civil. In this public forum, we encourage everyone to express their views, opinions, but ask that you do so in a respectful manner, free of explicit or derogatory language. To begin, please state your first and last name and your home address for the record. With that, Mitchell, do we have our first participant?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Yes, we have quite a few who have raised their hands. I did want to let the city clerk side know that we did get that piece of equipment back up and running, so please try that connection on your end again. As the mayor said, I will hold up a sign with your time remaining. The first person I see here, I'm going to invite Karen to speak. Karen, please unmute yourself, give us your full name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Karen Pontius. I'm at 288 Animas View Drive. Dear City Councilors, as a citizen of Durango, Colorado, I respectfully request that Durango City Council formally condemn Representative Lauren Boebert for her support on January 6, 2021 of domestic terrorists engaged in an attempted revolution against our democracy. Boebert has repeatedly expressed solidarity with these insurrectionists. She supported sedition on social media, tweeting at 6:30 a.m. on the morning of the attack, quote, "Today is 1776," end quote. She officially objected to the election certification of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris based on conspiracy theories and lies dismissed by more than 60 court challenges, 2 Supreme Court challenges, and 3 recounts. In her speech to Congress, she said, "I have constituents outside this building right now. I promised my voters to be their voice," end quote. These chosen constituents were moments from desecrating the Capitol building, assaulting police officers, and threatening violence toward members of Congress, the Vice President, and the media. So as a constituent of Colorado in District 3, I do not believe Ms. Boebert upheld her pledge to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Her first action as a representative was reprehensible. Her behavior was histrionic, designed to appeal to a small base of supporters and not to represent the 750,000 individuals living in her district. CD3 communities are banding together to decry incivility, insurrection, and sedition. Representative Boebert should be condemned for her behavior on January 6th. It was unacceptable, unrepresentative of our larger district population, and not befitting the office to which she was elected. These sentiments are in a petition that now has well over 650 signatures that has, if not been sent to the City Council, will be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pontius. Mitchell, do we have our next participant?
Yes, Kirby I have invited you to speak. Please give us your full name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kirby McLaurin, 288 Animas View Drive. I'd like to echo the previous statement by Karen Pontius and add my name as requesting the City Council to condemn Lauren Boebert. Respect for law is the cornerstone of our society, and law begins in our legislature. Any legislator who flaunts the law, as Boebert has done, calling for and supporting an insurrection to overthrow our government, and further, evading and encouraging evasion of security measures such as metal detectors to thereby put our elected representatives in direct danger, has no place in our government, no right to hold elected office. The People's House depends on our voices as Coloradans in CD3 to support action to censure or expel Lauren Boebert. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren. Mitchell, do we have another participant for public participation?
Yes, Mayor. The next person on the list has called in via phone. Phone number ending in 2752. It is your turn to address council. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Sweetie Marbury, and my address is 2256 West 2nd Avenue. I wanted to salute Greg Boyson for his leadership, for his expertise, and for his attention to detail over the decades that he's worked for the city. Major projects often need a point person, and Mr. Boyson has been that point person on many projects. He stayed on to finish the sewer plant. And the sewer plant, with his leadership, will serve my grandchildren and generations to come. The city, in my opinion, has many, many dedicated employees who go above and beyond their job description. Mr. Boyson is one of those who led by example. His facts were accurate, his descriptions stellar, and his details were inspiring. He is a kind and thoughtful human who will be missed. Our city benefits from employees like Mr. Boyson. Thank you, Mr. Boyson, for being a good deed doer. Happy trails to you and your family.
Thank you, Ms. Marbury, for those thoughts. Mitchell, ask again for another participant.
Yes, the next one on the list, Devin. I have invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name for the record, as well as your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Devin Camacho. I live off of 1304, and forgive me, I'm still trying to get this down. Florida, did I say that correct? Florida Road. I just moved here. I do work for the Congresswoman. I wanted to reach out and give you guys my contact info and to just let you know that we are here to help you with whatever it may be. You, the councilors, the city council, the Congresswoman, and all elected officials, no matter their political differences, are elected to serve the people. And we look forward to working with all of you to accomplish the city's goals. And whatever help we can bring and assistance, we are happy to do so. My contact information is, again, my name is Devin with an I, and then my last name is Camacho, and that is Camacho. And then my email is devin.camacho@mail.house.gov. And my work cell phone is 970-580-0783.
Thank you, Devin. Appreciate it and welcome to our community.
Thank you.
Working with you. With that, Mitchell, do we have another participant?
Yes. Anne, I have invited you to speak. Anne, please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Ann Marquard. I think I know quite a few of you and appreciate the time here before you tonight. I am merely speaking to support what Karen Pontius put forward. This is egregious, in my opinion, and in the opinion of 650 of your constituents. Discussion at this point of her having actually shown people around Congress who participated in the insurrection, that's unproven as yet, but it's really an egregious and horrifying thought. She certainly has the 3 percenters as her backup. Is that somebody who should be part of our democracy? I would support condemning this woman as strongly as we possibly can as City Council or as individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Marquardt. And with that, we'll move on to any more participants.
The next person on our list is Harrison. Harrison, please unmute yourself, give us your first and last name and address for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Harrison Wendt. My address is 485 Florida Road. I am just coming on to echo what Karen said and some other previous people. I would love to hear Durango City Council condemn the actions taken on by our representative in Colorado District 3, Congressional District 3. They are egregious and horrible, and I would just like to hear from City Council on that, and I think it would be a good representation of where we are coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wendt. And with that, another participant, please.
Mayor, I don't see anybody else who has raised their hand. We do have quite a few attendees tonight, and if you are here to speak during public participation, please utilize the raise hand function at the bottom of Zoom. If you called in, please press *9. Mayor, I do see someone here. Okay. Kathleen and Barry, please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Kathy and Barry Devine. We live on Coalbank Drive in Durango. And we would just like to echo the comments by Karen Pontius and others and ask the City Council to please condemn Lauren Boebert. She is not a proper representative in a democratic process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen Devine. I appreciate that. And any public comment? Any further comment, Mitchell?
No one else has raised their hand. If you are here for public participation, now is your opportunity. Mayor, I'm not seeing anybody else.
Very good. Thank you so much. I am reminded that we do have a possible action on agenda item 11.2, discussion and possible action regarding the petition that has been offered to the city, and we'll be having a discussion at that time if there are any of these folks that want to listen in. With that, we will move on to proclamations and presentations. We have no proclamations this evening, but we do have Jose Madrigal, City Manager, with the city update. Jose?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do have a few items that I just wanted to pass on as an update to the Council and the public. First and foremost, we did have Chief Dottie do a presentation at the last Council meeting in regards to fire mitigation, and just wanted to let the Council just an update that we did. Myself and Amber Blake did meet with Chief on Friday. We did discuss his proposal in more detail, and we will work it with the process through the Natural Lands Board and talk about recommendations and how that fits in. I did ask Chief of what was our deadline to make a decision. He said that we needed to have that decision done by May. So we do have some time to work through this and go through the system, and that's where we are to work it through and bring back to the Council a recommendation. Secondly, I have asked Cynthia Sneed to give a quick financial update on some of the questions that we've received about financial monthly reports, just to give a status update to the public and Council as to where we sit on those. Cynthia?
Thank you, Jose. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. I'm here tonight to provide you with an update and the public an update on the progress that's being made in the Finance Department on the monthly financial reporting. One of the basic tenets of financial reporting is timeliness, and we certainly have fallen short on that as of late. So as we all know, there have been several key vacancies in the finance department for quite some time. And for a very lean department, that alone would create challenges in keeping up with the day-to-day activities. When you layer on top of that those same staff were tapped to provide massive amounts of information for the forensic audit and to provide financial information for preparing the 2019 financial statements and the subsequent audit for 2019, and prepare the 2021 budget. And then along came COVID that slowed everything down for a while. So each of these alone were quite time consuming, and consequently the finance department fell behind in the fiscal year 2020 monthly close and budget to actual reporting. So that's where we've been, but I'm quite pleased tonight to share with you that through the continued efforts of our fabulous finance team, the backlog is substantially reduced and the books will close for November of 2020 in the next day or two. It's a much, much better place than we have been. And then the budget to actual reports will be made available as soon as we close the month. And then December's preliminary numbers will be available in early February. So December is always a slower month to close because it's the end of our fiscal year, and inherently that requires a lot more transactions to be processed and captured. So now that we're fairly caught up, going forward into 2021, the expectation is to return to a monthly close schedule that will provide those financial reports 2 weeks following in the following month, following the previous month close. So I truly appreciate everybody's patience as the team works diligently to catch up and provide the desired financial information. I want to give a sincere shout out to everyone in the finance department for stepping up, for continuing to step up to get us on track. It has been a monumental effort. And lastly, I want to mention that I have received a request to present the financial condition of the city to the council and to the public. The proverbial fire hose is still squarely in my face, and I'm still familiarizing myself with some of the pieces and parts to pull that presentation together. I'm prepared to do that at the next city council meeting. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I'd be remiss if we didn't inform the public that you're approaching your second month on the job, if I'm recalling right.
Almost. We're getting close to 2 months. Yeah.
Welcome, and I think we all understand what's been going on over the past year, and appreciate your effort to help us through and have a healthy financial recovery. So appreciate your efforts and look forward to your presentation in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Jose, is that anything further?
Just have a couple more items if you will allow, Mayor. I have Chief Bremer as well to do just a little bit of a statement to the public, specifically with tomorrow being Inauguration Day, just to kind of inform the public a little bit of just the police department and staying vigilant to make sure that we maintain a safe community. Chief.
Thank you, City Manager. Hello, Mayor, members of council. So as tomorrow, the Inauguration Day approaches us, there's been concerns over the last couple of weeks as there's potential social unrest that has been unfolding. I prepared a statement that I was going to put out on social media either today or tomorrow, but as the opportunity arose for this evening, we felt that this would be the more proper venue in order to read that, and we'll still post that on our sites. So if I could just have a few minutes to read this statement to our constituency and to this group, I would be very grateful. So the city and the community, we believe in democracy and the Constitution of the United States. Collectively, we thrive through our commitment to being respectful, inclusive, just, and united as we adhere to the rule of law. What we witnessed take place in the United States Capitol building recently violated those core values, and criminal behavior like that cannot and will not be tolerated. We have also experienced concerning new trends locally as people voice their grievances towards others and towards appointed and elected officials alike. Again, the rule of law applies. We support and defend the constitutional rights of all of our community members, and we will not tolerate conduct that inspires hate or violence. We call on everyone in our community to embrace a peaceful transition of government with respect and dignity. We want to ensure everyone in Durango that our city is safe. Our police department will continue to be the guardians of our community, and we will closely monitor the situation along with our local, state, and federal public safety partners. Working together peacefully, we will all move forward for a better tomorrow for our community and for our country. And that's, we'll be putting that out on our media sites as well. So thank you very much for that opportunity to read that.
Thank you, Chief, and the entire police force for that kind of acknowledgement and protection. We look forward to it and hope, as you do, that we have an uneventful week.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Jose, we got another.
Just one final comment. I did want to echo former councilor and Mayor Sweetie Marbury's comments about Mr. Boyson and his retirement, definitely leaving some big shoes to be filled. He did specifically request nothing public as he was leaving. He wanted to leave quietly. We did give him something a little internally with the staff and on that portion, but I did want to, since he was being recognized, also to thank him for all of his work at the city of Durango. And I do regret that I would not have the opportunity to work with him longer, but I do know this was his third time to ask to retire. So I guess third time is the charm, and appreciate him sticking a little bit longer to help us with the major project of the Water Administration Building. That concludes my update. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Jose. And I did have the privilege of working with Greg for since 2002, I guess. He was the owner's rep for the city of Durango on the Community Rec Center throughout its construction and planning phases as well. And so I was on the architectural team at that time. So I served in the trenches with him as well as on council during the past 8 years. And it's a great loss. And it's a institutional base of knowledge and construction law that we will have. We'll have to search quite far to find that kind of talent in our employee base again. But I'm sure you'll make that happen. And wish Greg a great retirement. Thanks again. And with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda are items intended that are either routine or non-controversial in nature and are intended to be approved en masse unless a councilor elects to remove an item from the consent agenda and be considered separately. So we will first read the consent agenda and ask councilors if there are any items to be removed. And if not, we will approve the consent agenda in its entirety. May we have a reading of the consent agenda?
Items 6.1 and 6.2 are approval of minutes. 6.1 is approval of minutes of the regular meeting from December 15th, 2020. 6.2 is approval of minutes from the January 6th, 2021 special meeting. Item 6.3 is discussion and possible action concerning the requirements of the city to comply with the State Sunshine Act. Item 6.4 is discussion and possible action concerning an amendment to the employment agreement for the city manager. Item 6.5 is a request for a public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Chapter 23 of the Code of Ordinances relating to a possible increase in the lodger's tax pursuant to voter approval at the April 6th election per the ballot question. This hearing would be held on February 2nd, 2021.
Thank you so much. With that, do I have any councilor would like to remove an item of the consent agenda for further consideration?
Thank you, Dean. I'd like to remove item 6.3, discussion and possible action concerning requirements of the city to comply with the State Sunshine Act.
Excellent. Thank you. Any further removals of items from the consent agenda? With that, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda accepting 6.3, item 6.3.
So moved. Or second.
Moved and seconded. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilor Bateen,
Yes.
Councilor Youssef,
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
and Mayor Bricky.
Yes. Thank you so much. So with that, I might ask Mayor Pro Tem Baxter as to any specific questions or just review of what's included in that particular item.
Yes, so it's the city complying with the State Sunshine Act. And I wanted to pull this off just to highlight that we do this, we comply with the State Sunshine Act, and go even further in our desire to be open and transparent. So the information included here, I wanted the community and the public to know about. So this legislation provides that the notice of any meeting shall be posted in a designated public place within the boundaries of the local public body no less than 24 hours prior to the holding of a meeting, and requires that the public place or places for posting such notice shall be designated annually at the local public body's first regular meeting of each year. And so that's what we're doing. We're letting everyone know where those notices will be publicized. And 2 locations are designated as the city's official places for the posting of such notices. One such place is a bulletin board in the lobby of City Hall, and the second is a glass enclosed bulletin board located outside the front entrance to the City Hall. In addition to these 2 locations, all meeting notices are posted on the City of Durango's website, www.durangogov.org/meetings. So thank you. I just wanted to make sure before we voted that the public was well aware of what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is any other discussion on this item? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve item 6.3 regarding the Sunshine Act.
So moved.
It's been moved. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Excellent. May we have a roll call, please?
Counselor Youssef,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bateen,
Yes.
Counselor Noseworthy,
Yes.
and Mayor Berkey.
Yes, thank you so much. That brings us to item 9 on our agenda, public hearings. Item 9.1, legislative and policy related hearings. We have no items this evening. Item 9.2, quasi-judicial hearings. We have 9.2.1, which is a public hearing to consider the Cummins addition, annexation, initial zoning, and conceptual plan development review. With that, may we have a staff report, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brookies. Mark Williams from Community Development. Scott Shine, the planning manager, is going to take the first few slides of this presentation. So let me share the screen and then Scott can take over. And Scott, just let me know when you want me to change the slides.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know you have a packed agenda tonight, so we're going to go through as quickly as we can, while also honoring the complexities behind this project. And it's a project you've seen before, and so I thought it'd be helpful just to provide some context for you before we jump into the specifics of the proposal that's before you tonight. It is a difficult one, and I'll give you that warning in advance. It was a difficult staff review, a lot of dialogue about this current proposal, back and forth on pros and cons, and I presume it's going to be a difficult council decision. And so I just want to start by communicating that we work very hard on the front end to try and resolve difficulties, to try and find agreements on projects, and come to you with relatively straightforward proposals. But as you know, that's not always possible. Sometimes there's different opinions or preferences. And like I said, I think I've worked with all of you enough that you know, in my capacity and the planning staff, try as hard as we can on the front end to get to agreement. But that's why Planning Commission and City Council are in the roles that they're in, is sometimes there are these difficult decisions to make, and ultimately that's your role. We as staff are here to provide you with the interpretation and application of the adopted plans and codes in the community. And then you're able to take that, and if it's a unique situation, customize those approvals, for the project that's before you. But we feel very strongly about doing our job to apply the adopted community standards and give you that interpretation to use in making your decision and in deliberating on the project. So that's what we're here to do tonight. This is the Cummins property. Again, it should look familiar. And I'll point out that it's a property that's surrounded by pre-existing development or established neighborhoods. And that always makes what we call an infill project a lot more complex. There's adjacent property owners that have grown to expect a certain situation in their neighborhood. And it puts the onus on us as staff to be very transparent during the review process, and also to be very diligent in reviewing the proposal and coming up with a recommendation as to whether or not it meets the adopted community standards. So that's the property. I'm going to walk through a little bit of a timeline just to refresh your memory on how we got to this point. So next slide.
Yeah, there's a delay in this slide. I'm not sure why. Let's see if we can.
Okay.
I can't escape. I was gonna.
So back in March of 2020, the developer that's currently under contract to buy the property requested a pre-application meeting. So almost now a year. And that pre-application meeting is when staff has the opportunity to give direction about the design of the development, make them aware of potential issues that might come up. And I just want to note, again, with the understanding that we take it very seriously to be transparent and to be diligent in our review, there is then a 3-month gap between that time when we gave them some direction, where they prepared their application. They submitted it for our review. We circulate that to all the reviewing agencies. And then, we present to Planning Commission with our recommendation. The previous design, which I'll show you in a minute, was approved by Planning Commission 5-0 after extensive public testimony, primarily from the adjacent neighbors in Ryler Park. And you'll see on this timeline, we, in addition to our public noticing requirements, in addition to posting the property and putting notice in the paper, we had some other neighborhood meetings, realizing that this was a complex project, that it would affect the adjacent property owners. So our staff went above and beyond to try and reach out, understand the neighbors' concerns as it was going through the process. So after that Planning Commission meeting, it was at council in August. As you'll recall, a lot of comments and raised some questions about the design. So council chose to continue the project. And then you can go to the next slide, Mark.
Yeah, I clicked it, but it's not going. I need to probably click it. It's taken about 20 seconds.
Okay. So after that meeting, we kind of debriefed with the applicants. We said, we know you experienced some opposition. There were some questions raised. We've done our research. We feel like you should go back to council with that design. We can answer the questions, try and address some of the concerns that were raised, and maintain the design. Again, I'll show you in a minute, that had 2 points of access to the project. They chose to withdraw that project based on sort of the uncertainty and the opposition that they faced, and they went back and redesigned it. And the project that you'll see, the design that you'll see tonight, has a single point of access with a cul-de-sac and an emergency access as a secondary point of access. But I do just want to emphasize, we felt like we had adequate answers, we had adequate resolution, and even some innovative ways to address the neighbors' concerns with the previous design, and wished we could have come back to you with that. But again, it's the applicant's choice. They chose to withdraw, and you have a new design before you tonight to consider. staff, when we received that design with a single point of access in the cul-de-sac, again, evaluated it based on the LUDC standards. We again took into consideration and were sympathetic to the concerns of the adjacent property owners, but as we applied the code standards, the policies in documents like the comprehensive plan, like the multimodal transportation plan, and even in the housing plan, there was compelling reason to not support the current design. So we took it to Planning Commission with that recommendation of denial that it did not meet our adopted codes and standards. Planning Commission received, again, quite a bit of public testimony. They, in the end, acted in accordance with staff's recommendation and unanimously have recommended denial of the current design. I want to pause here now and say, it's a difficult review because it's a medium density infill housing project. That's a high priority for us as a community, and you've made that clear in your role that that's a high priority. But what are we willing to sacrifice? What are we willing to let go in order to get housing? And again, based on staff's review, based on Planning Commission's review, this didn't get us an adequate design as far as efficiency for public services, as far as safety for residents, as far as an overall transportation network that functions well. Those things were too big of impacts, again, in staff and in Planning Commission's mind to support the current design. And we strongly supported the previous design, and we'll go through again why the current proposal does not meet our standards, and then maybe conclude with some opportunities for you to give guidance back to the applicant. Obviously, you'll have a chance to take public testimony, and really we have no sort of personal agenda or anything here. And I think the design that's before you tonight is something that achieves some of our housing plan goals. It does address an infill property that is ripe for development, and so it's up to you to sort of weigh the evidence before you and make a decision. But I just wanted to give you that bigger picture context and make sure you know the reasoning behind the recommendation that we came up with and that we wrestled with it. I just want you to get that glimpse behind the curtain as to how we got to this point. So with that context, I'm happy to answer any questions, but Mark is going to go into more of the details of the current submittal, and then obviously we'll be here to answer questions. As I conclude, I just wanted to just show and refresh your memory on the previous site plan. Really the key point of contention is the access through and the connection to Ryler Drive. This shows that connection being made. As Mark will discuss, we've done exhaustive legal research. We've consulted with the city attorney. We feel like there are no issues with connecting that drive. We feel like that was the original intent of that piece of property, was to make a road connection. Otherwise, that stub of property really wouldn't have been there. It would have been another house lot. So we feel like it honors those decisions that happened before us to stand on that recommendation that we make that connection through to the neighborhood. We've reviewed the traffic study. The impacts are not severe in the grand scale of things as far as new traffic. We feel like it provides a nice neighborhood setting, and it's a much more efficient design for public services to have 2 points of access to circulate through, to pick up trash, to plow streets, as opposed to a cul-de-sac or something that would require some backing movements. So all of that factored into our review. And again, that's why we're here tonight, and look forward to being able to respond to any questions that come up. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll continue with the staff presentation before we open a public hearing. That sounds Sounds great. Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Brookie and Scott. We figured out the switching the slides hiccup. Sorry about that. The new proposal, before we get into that, is actually in some regards similar to this. The way the applicants have proposed to the buildings, it's they did it with blending in with the existing neighborhood in mind. So you can see the larger footprint houses are on the north and the west next to Ryler Park and Folsom Park, or Folsom Place. And then the higher density townhouses are along Florida. So that part is similar. But just to give you the, fill in the blanks that Scott left after doing the broad brush, this is an application from two developers from Boulder, Stuart Wright and John Stevens, as well as Tracy Reynolds, who I'm sure most of you know is a local architect and builder. And this is a request for an annexation, initial zoning of plan development, and conceptual plan review. So those three things work together, and they're, the LUDC, or Land Use Development Code, is designed so that these three can be contemplated together and then approved together as well. The project would have up to 35 single family and patio homes, as well as townhouses. This is 2 less from the last time you saw it when there were 37, and that's due to the redesign of the project. Otherwise, it's still somewhat similar with one large exemption. And as I said earlier, the higher density is along Florida Road. This is the conceptual level review. So this is not the engineering detail, construction detail phase of the plan that occurs at the next step, which is the preliminary. Rather, at this stage, staff and council evaluate the general feasibility of the project in terms of, does the density work? Does the access work? Are there utilities available to serve this project? And as I'm sure you know by now, access is the biggest change to the project. Rather than 2 access points with one on Ryler Drive and one on Colorado Avenue, there's now one on Colorado Avenue. So what was a through street is now a cul-de-sac. This is the revised site plan. And just to be clear, we're not approving this exact specific site plan tonight. Conceptual level reviews, as I said, are somewhat specific, but they can also be general so that things can be shifted around or changed as the project develops and the details on the ground are realized. The big change, obviously, is where there was a through street here going up to Ryler Drive, and then a connection for a possible future street to the properties to the south. There's now a cul-de-sac. The cul-de-sac is large enough for city service vehicles such as recycling and trash and snow plowing, and for Durango Fire Protection District vehicles to use it. They have to have a certain diameter for the cul-de-sac, and that is big enough, although there are some changes that would need to occur. We need to have detached sidewalks. There's some problems with the driveway spacing. They're too close to each other. And then at a minimum, there would need to be a 20-foot pedestrian or emergency vehicle connection from the end of the cul-de-sac up to Ryler Drive. So the way that would occur is some sort of permanent or semi-permanent surface. And then the applicants would like to have a gated swing emergency access gate right here so that access would still be available in case for some reason Colorado Avenue was blocked in the case of an emergency. As with the previous design, the higher density units are along Florida. These are the townhouses. The lower density units are still backing up to Ryler Drive. These houses are even a little bit bigger. The footprints, I believe, are the lots themselves in the previous design. So that is compatible with the Folsom Place neighbors to the west. The big issue for the city is connectivity, however. The city needs to have another access point in order for all of our codes and standards to be met. And this is especially important when we're designing a new neighborhood called the Greenfield development, where those 2 points of access are available. Ryler Drive is actually physically, it's easy to put a new connection in there. And then a code section that did not come into play during the previous review last year is now in effect. And that is a section in the LUDC which limits development on cul-de-sacs. And the combination of the length of this cul-de-sac with the number of units actually is not in compliance with our standards. So for a cul-de-sac of this length, it should not exceed 20 units. And as I stated previously, there are 35. With a through street, that would not be an issue. One of the issues that came up in the previous round of public hearings was the plat note from the Ryler Park subdivision. Ryler Park was created in 1993, so it's been a while. And one of the pieces of language on that plat it's the third dash on this, and Scott referenced this in his introduction. Florida Road Development hereby offers Tract E for dedication to the city of Durango for the purpose of public road right-of-way. And then it goes on to say a few more things. To the city, the planning staff, the city engineer, the city attorney, we've all examined this, and to us, while it's not exactly Shakespeare in terms of how elegantly or inelegantly it's written, the intent is clear to us that Tract E can be used as a public road right-of-way connection between Ryler Drive and this neighborhood. And so that's one of the reasons we're not able to support the project, because that setup is there waiting to be used for a public through street which would meet all of our codes. We haven't talked much about Folsom Place. So obviously the through street through Ryler, or the lack thereof, is the headline, but that doesn't mean that Folsom Place still has their issues. And the concerns that we've gotten from those neighbors are twofold. One is there has been a history of sewage backups on Folsom Place. The city is aware of that. And in the city's analysis, that's due to the flatness of the lines and not capacity issues. But we do want to understand this situation better. And so the utility department would be involved in understanding that better. And then the other issue was some fill dirt was put on the Cummins property when the River House Child Care Center was built. And at the preliminary stage, the applicant would need to do a more detailed analysis of exactly how much fill dirt there is, whether it's a foot, whether it's 8 feet. By all accounts, it's closer to the foot level, but that remains to be seen. And that is significant because the height of any house is measured from the original height, the original elevation, not the fill elevation. So if there was a lot of fill, that could dramatically reduce the height that any of those houses could be. So in summary, the staff analysis of the submitted project leads to the conclusion that the project, specifically the one access point, does not comply with land use codes and standards. If approved, though, which is under the purview of council, staff recommends several conditions of approval, including a gated emergency access onto Ryler Drive and direct pedestrian access to Florida Road, as well as others listed in the Planning Commission staff report. Therefore, it is the recommendation of the Planning Commission that the City Council, by motion, deny the Cummins addition annexation initial zoning of PD and conceptual development plan, with the findings as listed in the Planning Commission staff report and the findings discussed by the Planning Commission at its December 7th, 2020 meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we open the public hearing, is there any questions of council to staff at this time?
Yes, I have a couple, actually. I noticed that on the Ryler Park Tract E-plat note that you had up there, the last sentence says, by signing this plat, the city of Durango does not accept the offer of dedication for road right-of-way.
Yes.
did the city sign the plat?
We have signed the plat. That does not preclude the city from accepting the plat at some point. Typically, when we do projects with right-of-way dedications, we can go through a formal motion to accept that right-of-way, and that's something that City Council could do. It hasn't happened yet, and there's the reason that we don't accept these dedications until they're needed is the city isn't really served by having scattered pieces of property that it has no use for, but might be obligated to maintain in some way, which could be financial, probably a small financial issue, but still, it's not something that would benefit us. But the short answer to your question is, if council chooses to accept the dedication of Tract D, that is something that you could do.
So at the time, they chose not to for what the reasons you're saying, but that's still an option on the plate for us to do.
That's correct.
Okay, so thank you. That was one of my questions. So what happens with the cul-de-sac plan when the property to the south develops and wants to connect through there like the original plan had a connector capability?
Well, let's go back up there. Well, the plan is currently shown, there would not be space for a connection.
Right, so that impedes the ability of the property to the south to be able to have egress in and out of that property. It would have to go somewhere else and not be a part of this neighborhood.
That's
even
correct.
though it's right next door to it and it's all the same level.
Could you repeat that last part? There was a little
Even though
breakup.
it seems like it's right next door to it and about on the same level, so it seems like it would be part of the same neighborhood.
Yeah, under the original design, that was something that the city's actually contemplated connecting these pieces of land into a common development for a long time. And under the previous design, that was a possibility. If the cul-de-sac is approved, it might not be.
Okay, so the one other question I have about the cul-de-sac situation is that apparently, according to the LUDC limits, it would allow for less than 20 units on this property with the cul-de-sac. So does council also have the opportunity then to say, sorry, only 20 units or less?
So I'm going to take a stab at that. If Kevin or Dirk or Scott disagree with me, I encourage them to jump in. This is a planned development, which by design provides flexibility in city standards. We do think that exceeding that 20 unit standard by that a margin is probably not a great idea, but I do think it is probably within council's purview with findings of why they would approve it to approve it.
But do we also have the opposite capability of saying, no, not 35, but 20 or less?
If council chose to enforce city standards as written, then I believe that if you adhere to what is in the LUDC, then I think you do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, thank you.
You bet, Barbara. Go right ahead.
And first of all, to my colleagues, I apologize. I'm having trouble with everybody not necessarily showing up on my screen. So if I can't see you, thank you. If I don't know if you're speaking, could you go to the original site plan, please? Or maybe it's the previous, is what it might have been called.
Yeah, this is the first one. There were several versions of the first one, but this one is good enough.
And the developers withdrew this. Was this mostly due to objection by the neighbors?
I think I would defer that question to the developers who are here tonight and let them explain why they did that rather than me putting words in their mouth.
So my question, and I would, I'll wait for the developers also, was, has there been any discussion of returning to this previous site plan and working through the difficulties or challenges that could get this development possibly to a yes under the previous site plan, which also, if I remember correctly, includes 2 more units than this proposed, than the one you're presenting to us tonight?
Well, I would characterize the developers as being emphatically in favor of the cul-de-sac redesign. And they know our position is we support the through street. And so we're at an impasse in that regard where we feel we have to meet our adopted standards, and they feel they need to redesign the project with the cul-de-sac for the reasons that they have.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing from the others. Thank you, Mayor.
What I'd like to, while we're open, I'll open the public hearing momentarily, but I would like to look at the, noting that this is an annexation, I'd like to look at the entire enclave of, and that would be the total area of non-annexed area, in addition to this single property, the entirety of the area that remains unannexed. And that was there was a good part of the conversation last time was revolved around what the development character and limitations would be and potential access points if we considered potential annexation of the adjacent properties as well, as opposed to just a single, looking at this like any other single parcel development, that we might have more opportunity for the developer as well as embody some of the standards of for connectivity, et cetera, if we looked at the larger picture. So if as we take public comment, maybe we can find that a diagram of the entirety of the enclave, if we could. And with that,
I can bring up a GIS map.
Okay, great, Mark, appreciate it. I might, yeah, you want to, if you got it there, great. I just didn't want to impose on you.
Well, it'll take a second. But
okay. Well, in that case, let me open the public hearing, and I would take comments. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes per individual. And if you're on Zoom, just do the raise hand function, and Mitchell Carter, our moderator, will let you into our hearing. If you are dialing in by phone, press *9, and Mitchell will also recognize you by your phone number and invite you into our meeting. And again, your comments will be timed 3 minutes per participant. And with that, Mitchell, do we have any public participants?
Yes, Mayor, we do. First on the list here, Marty and Howie. I have invited you to speak. Please give us your first and last name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Marty Dickman at 27 Miller Drive. Thank you for listening and considering our comments tonight. It is disappointing the Planning Commission recommended denial for the new Cummins property plan. Please know we are not arguing the development itself. We are only arguing the amount of vehicle traffic that will impact our little neighborhood. To be clear, the developers and the neighborhood have communicated and reached a compromise regarding the ingress and egress for the new development. The neighborhood made a concession on the point of the Colorado entrance and exit. The developers made a concession on the non-access to Ryler Drive. The only group that wouldn't even come to the table is the Planning Commission. I do hear the commission say that they want neighborhoods to come together and neighbors to get to know one another. That's great. We should connect the sidewalks to the two neighborhoods so people can walk their dogs or push their strollers through the neighborhoods. That's how you get to know your neighbors. We're not going to get to know our neighbors when they're driving down the street at 25 or 30 miles an hour. In addition, the traffic study the commission has produced do not take in consideration the traffic flow from the future developments adjacent to the Cummins property. Any future developments will also have a negative impact on Ryler Drive traffic and should be considered. The Planning Commission continues to reference the Land Use Development Code regarding cul-de-sacs. It is evident the city engineer can make exceptions to the LUDC when deemed necessary, and he has already done so for the Colorado exit at the request of the Planning Commission. Tract E verbiage clearly states the city declined the offer of public right-of-way. The verbiage is signed off by all the city representatives at the time and has all appearances of a signed contract. The Planning Commission's interpretation of Tract E verbiage is that the verbiage is inconsequential and not legally binding. I don't understand why their interpretation is correct and our interpretation is incorrect. I find it unsettling that 6 members of the Planning Commission are permitted to decide what's best for our neighborhood. They have not yet been willing to concede on any points, even when the developer and the neighbors are willing to work together to make the development more palatable. I respectfully request you give consideration to the developer's new plan for the Cummins property. Our sole interest is in preserving the safety and integrity of our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dickman. Mitchell, do we have another participant?
Next person on the list is Mark. Mark, I've invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your first, last name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Mark Sapphire, 101 Ryler Drive, and would like to say Lot E has always been a question. We've had it reviewed independently by attorney, and they disagree with the city's decision on this. The developers have come up with a good alternative plan. As was just stated, the cul-de-sac is workable. We agree with having a sidewalk access going to Ryler Park. As was presented there, if you look at the whole parcel going down to the south, you end up back at Florida Road. Florida Road and Colorado are the main arteries going through town. Connectivity works when you have a grid system, as it does in the center of town. We really ask that City Council take a look at what are the neighborhoods there. We pointed out last time something like 15 neighborhoods that had single point of access in excess of 37 units. When Florida was remodeled, areas were created that had single point of access, actually deleted from Florida Road. City planning takes their direction from City Council. In every city, you have the need and you have the ability to take a look at individual situations and approve them. Durango has always been a place where people come to live because of the security within the neighborhoods. People have a choice when they bought it. What was represented originally to the buyers was that was never going to be a through street. The original plat shows a traffic circle, does not show it as a through street. It was stated that you could put a house on it, but you can't if you actually take a look at the plan more closely. We have tried to work with city planning and with the developers. Again, we would ask that City Council take into account that the developers are providing needed housing, quality housing, and that you retain what Durango is. And that's a bunch of communities brought together, like Ryler Park, that provide safe neighborhoods for people to walk, bike, and not start bringing traffic through when you have alternatives. That's what's being presented with the cul-de-sac, and that's what we presented at the first meeting. We would ask you to please take that into account when making your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sapphire. And obviously this is we've struck another nerve in this public hearing. So as we have probably a large number of participants, if you are agreeing with the previous person, simply say so, and don't feel compelled to utilize your entire 3 minutes. But we are interested in whatever comments you have that are pertinent and unique. So with that, do we have another comment?
The next name on the list is Sierra. Sierra, I have invited you to speak. Please give us your first, last name, and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, My name is Sierra Trout. I live at 26 Miller Drive with Christian Peterson. And we just wanted to say that we are in support of the developer's new alternative plan. And thanks for considering it. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Trout. Appreciate that. And Mitchell, more commenters, please.
Next on the list is John. John, I have invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes. John, can you hear me?
I must have accidentally raised my hand. I have no comment. Thanks.
Oh, okay. The next person on the list is Blake. Blake, I have invited you to speak. Please give us your first and last name for the record and your address, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is Blake Fredrickson. I live at 35 Jameson Drive in Durango. I am here to support the stance of the city planners and also the Planning Commission in regards to this development. I think a cul-de-sac is a poor choice. I think the 2 points of entry were the better solution to this problem. I think that the claim that is currently being made in regards to Track D not being a future road is a bogus claim, as we can all see by what it looks like by simply looking at the Google Earth image of it, or simply just walking down Ryler Drive itself. And I guess that's all I would have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fredrickson. We've got time for another more comments. Look forward to it.
The next one on the list is Doe. Doe, please unmute yourself and give us your first and last name and address for the record. Then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Doe Utes, 101 Ryler Drive. And I guess I want to comment on Tract E. My house is right there at the end, next to the property. And in all 3 plats, you can see sort of the original design being a cul-de-sac when Ryler Park was developed. That did change to this stub out, but you really couldn't fit another lot in there, else I wouldn't have probably a front door or a driveway, because that is where my front door and driveway are facing, is that stub out. So when I look at that cul-de-sac on the original plats, I see that by a stub out, what they could do is put the house across Ryler in, because with a cul-de-sac there, you probably couldn't fit a house. So I don't see that stub out is necessarily evidence that was meant to be a through road. And I think that wording on Track D is really something serious to look at, because we have talked, I think we've heard from 3 separate attorneys, and they didn't just look at it and say, no, that's just the way we do it. They said there's real issues here. So I would really, I guess if we have to go to Track D to say save our neighborhood, that would be where I want you guys to really take a look. And if we have to go that route, that was, I guess, my best comment here. Otherwise, my feeling is that the safety of neighborhoods would be less cars, because I don't think things ever win when there's a car coming through and they connect, other than the car. They win. So with kids, dogs, all the rest of us, I would like to see the cul-de-sac. I would like to see the pocket neighborhoods. They're all over town. Even Hillcrest, which has so many houses on a single entrance, it works. And this would work too. I don't see where connectivity would be realistic, because everybody's trying to get to Florida. So to go through Ryler from the property south of this proposed Cummins property, they're going to go all the way around and impact all these neighborhoods just to get to Florida and stack up on Colorado. So I'm not seeing the logic here, but I hope that you guys do take a good look at it and come up with your own version. I think they both can meet the codes. They're a guide, not a rule, for the most part, from what I understand. But I appreciate you guys taking your time and looking at it, and look forward to seeing what you decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Utes. Mitchell, more participants?
Yes, Mayor. The next person on the list is Christine and Nathan. Please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name for the address and your address for the record, excuse me. And you have 3 minutes.
This is Christine and Nathan Trout, 34 Miller Drive. I'd like to thank the mayor and city councils for considering the new plan. I'd like to thank Tracy Reynolds and the developers for the new plan and the compromise in working with Ryler Park neighborhood. Track E access has a negative impact on Ryler Park. My house, 34 Miller Drive, is lot 15, which would have road access on 2 sides. It's not clearly disclosed that Ryler Park access is anything other than Colorado Avenue. We purchased relying on current road configurations as shown on the Ryler Park plot. Safety is a big concern. Our neighborhood is quiet and safe, and it's important for us. That's why we're trying so hard to make something different than that new development and then further lots from the south coming through our little neighborhood. Increased traffic is a concern, and I truly believe that you would understand that. We can connect the neighborhoods with sidewalks. Kids, pets, families can be connected safely. They can get to school through Ryler Park and have less traffic with the sidewalk connections. I think we've come up with a great compromise. This has been going on since May. This new development has the full support of Ryler Park neighborhood. There are no objections within our neighborhood. We don't want to be the sacrifice. Thank you for your time.
Oh, you were muted, Mayor, but I think you're asking for the next person in line, and that is Todd. Todd, please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name for the record and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Todd Wells, and I'm at 114 Ryler Drive. I wanted to voice my support for this proposal. The original proposal had come before council, and council suggested that the developer and the neighbors get together, see if we could come up with a plan that we both agreed on and liked. We did, and that's the plan you have before you. If you want 2 access points, going onto Florida Road seems much better from a parent's perspective of a 7-year-old kid who plays on Ryler Drive sometimes. Obviously, a road isn't a playground, but the kids find themselves out there. And I've encountered way less kids playing on Florida Road than I have on Miller or Ryler Drive. So I think that would be a better second access point. And then also to the traffic study, I know a traffic study was done during COVID lockdown. And then I know another traffic study has been done since school's been back in session. But if any of you have young kids, you'll know the schools aren't very full right now. There's a lot of kids doing remote. There's a lot of kids doing blended. So I don't feel like that's an accurate a traffic study. I mean, I could do a traffic study right now and show just about anything I wanted to with COVID. So we support this plan, and I hope you'll consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Mitchell, do we have another comment?
Yes, Mayor. The next person on here is Ron. Ron, I've invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Ron Hurd, and I purchased 122 Ryler when it was still a patch of dirt when it was originally developed. And I want to let you know that I support the new plan. I commend the developers for the changes and cooperative position they've taken. And I also want to point out that the traffic calming nature of keeping these roads separate is huge for the neighborhood, not only for Ryler, but for the future residents of the new development. So I think it's a win-win on both sides of that, on both streets to support the new plan. So I support all the other speakers for Ryler development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mitchell.
We do have two more that have raised their hands, and both of the names I recognize from my list as applicants to this specific agenda item. So I left those for last because I didn't know if we wanted to get through public participation before we started to let the applicants speak.
After I close the meeting, it's customary that we close the public hearing and allow the applicants to respond and present facts to their liking. So if we're at the end of our public participation, I will.
Someone else has raised their hand.
Okay.
I'm going to butcher this name and I apologize. Carol Good is what I see labeled here. If you could unmute yourself, give us your first and last name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, you got that right. Thank you. Carol Good, 22 Miller Drive. John Perry is also here with me. I would just like to state thank you, everyone, but I want you all to know that I totally agree with my neighbors on everything that they've said, and I'd like to commend the developers on their new plan. This will be the best thing for our neighborhood. And if possible, I'd like John to jump in about something that he noticed today.
Yes, today we had roughly a 1 foot snowfall today, and we're now living in a neighborhood with a single lane of traffic both ways. There's no possible way at this point cars can drive through our neighborhood 2 directions without stopping or pulling over or pulling into somebody's driveway. And accessing the new development is the way the city planners want it, is just going to make that much worse for us as a Ryler Park neighborhood. And Carol and I, as everybody that's on Miller Drive that faces the development, we're getting impacted on both sides, not only from behind our house by the development, but also by the traffic out in front. And I commend the developers and Tracy Reynolds for coming up with a new plan, to work with us as a neighborhood and not just say, well, we're doing what we're doing. And I also concur with what everybody else has said. And thank you all for taking this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you all, both. And with that, Mitchell, do we have any further public participants?
I do not see anybody else who has raised their hand to speak for public participation. Last call, if you are here to speak about the Cummins agenda item, please utilize the raise hand function.
And Mitchell, while you're waiting for that, I think if you wanted to admit Tracy Reynolds, Stu, and John to speak and present.
Yeah, if we're done, if there's no further members of the public wish to address the city council, then I will close this public hearing, and we'll have additional questions of staff as well as any presentation by the applicant. And it's appropriate at this time.
Stu, you're muted, I think.
Yeah, Tracy, I think you should be able to go first.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
As said.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Reynolds, we got you.
Okay. All right. Can you see my screen?
And we can see your screen.
Okay. Okay. So I was a little confused. Usually the applicant gets to make a presentation first, but apparently things changed tonight. Okay. My name is Tracy Reynolds, 1140 Main Avenue. I am representing Stu Wright and John Stevens, the developers of this project. I'm the architect for the project. So as Mark showed you, the original plan that we laid out was per city planning's requirements. And so that had a connection to Ryler Drive, had access at Colorado Avenue, and it had a stub out to the south for a future connection for a potential development to the south. As you know, there's been a lot of neighborhood concern about this development. I've been doing this a long time, and so opposition is certainly not a surprise to me. But this is the first time we have had every single resident of an adjoining neighborhood oppose a project. That was certainly new to us. And it really got our attention, and especially John and Stu, and they felt like they didn't want to hurt the lifestyle and the property values of a whole neighborhood. And so I'm going to ask John, I'm going to ask Stu to jump in and kind of explain why we went to a different plan for this project.
Yeah, this is Stu Wright. Can you hear me?
Stu, yeah, we can hear you just fine. Yeah, go right ahead.
All right, thanks. So I'm going to speak for both myself and John Stevens as the applicant here. And it really was out of that August 18th meeting when the continuance was voted and passed that we kind of rolled up our sleeves and decided that it was time to listen to the neighbors of Ryler. And it was that alone that we decided to change tactics and come up with a cul-de-sac design, which is in front of us tonight. We felt at that point in time that we had no clear direction from the city as what connectivity to Ryler was really permissible. So we listened, we really listened hard. And John and I thought it was important to be a good neighbor. And this proposed plat in front of us, to our perspective, is marketable. It will provide a diverse type of housing. As pointed out earlier, we've lost a couple units through the process since we started talking 10 months ago. And I think more important to John and I, and with Tracy's help and with some legal consultation that we've gotten, this is fair. This is very fair to the Ryler neighbors. And with this proposal, they're not hurt and they're not impacted in any way by our project. And this cul-de-sac design allows the proposed project to move forward with clarity, no real more delays, and project approvals, and no potential legal challenges hovering out there. So I appreciate your time. And again, I'm speaking for John Stevens and myself.
So this is the new plan that Mark did show you a minute ago. This plan does have a number of advantages that Stu kind of touched on. But number one, this doesn't affect the Ryler Park subdivision. It doesn't increase their traffic, doesn't decrease their safety. And I think that's really a key point of this potential layout. Taking access from Colorado is certainly safer than taking access directly from Florida. I don't think we have any disagreement from staff on that point. For our neighborhood, for Stu and John's neighborhood, certainly is more safety, more privacy. Again, no through traffic. If we have that connection, they're going to have through traffic from Ryler, and Ryler's going to have through traffic from this project. Cul-de-sacs are typically seen as more desirable to homeowners and buyers. I mean, people like living on a cul-de-sac for all the reasons we talked about: safety, less traffic. So in staff's review, they listed a number of comp plan policies, and I had a little different view on these policies. 16.1.1, I think we very clearly meet this. It says support infill development and new development patterns that improve access to the city's transit, bicycle, sidewalk, and trail systems. This development has great connections to public transit. We have it right on Florida Road, which is, immediately adjacent to the sidewalks that we'd be providing, as well as to the multi-use trail for bikes and pedestrians. I also think we clearly meet 17.2.7, design streets to balance the need to provide adequate access for emergency services with a desire to slow traffic and increase safety for surrounding property owners. By not connecting to Ryler, we are increasing the safety of that development as well as Stu and John's. 17.2.8, maximize connectivity. This is a pretty general statement. We don't necessarily meet that, but we think there are land use and development code provisions that override this. The cul-de-sac limit. We are limited to a cul-de-sac length of 500 feet. Our current layout is 575 feet, so we're 15% over that maximum. However, we're proposing that an emergency access would be provided between the cul-de-sac and Ryler Drive. This would be a pedestrian bike access and gated emergency vehicle only access. We feel like providing this access, we do meet or exceed the requirements in the code. There are a number of land use and development code requirements that I don't think were covered by staff, and I want to run through those, and I'll try to make it quick. Okay, so the first one, residential neighborhoods shall be designed to mitigate the impacts of auto-oriented streets and paved areas on the experience of the quality and character of the place, and provide comfortable alternative routes for pedestrians and bicyclists, including sidewalks, tree-lined streets, and pedestrian scale details. We meet all of these requirements. We have connectivity to the main trail along Florida Road, public transit, public facilities. The cul-de-sac plan has about 15% less road paving than the previous plan. These next two requirements, I think, are really the key points that we want to make. And this says that typical residential developments shall be designed to create identifiable neighborhoods of 30 to 175 units. So our development is its own neighborhood without any connection. The next item really reinforces this. If we were less than 30 units, we would need to be connected to the adjoining neighborhood. In our case, we don't. And Ryler has over 30 homes also, so they are their own neighborhood, and there is no connection required or desired between the two neighborhoods. The last item, configuration of lots. We meet the 800-foot distance to common areas and connect these with sidewalks and trails. Circulation objectives from the Land Use and Development Code. A doesn't apply. We only have one road. B, we comply with. We have pedestrian trails connecting to the multi-use trail on Florida, and we have a pedestrian connection to Ryler. C does not apply. D, we do connect to transit stops, commercial areas, and parks, although we don't have multiple intersecting streets. Item E, cross access applies to mixed use and non-residential, so it doesn't apply to our development. F, connect to existing streets. We'll discuss the legality of connecting to Ryler in a minute. This does mention that traffic concerns are a reason not to have connecting streets. Item G does not apply. So overall, we feel like this development does substantially comply with the Land Use and Development Code. So this is some cul-de-sac information. And actually, I do want to touch on this a little bit. As I said, we do exceed that 500-foot length by 15%, but by providing that secondary access, we feel like we meet the intent of the code. I want to take a look at the neighborhood quickly. There are a number of cul-de-sacs. Some of those comply with that code, but a lot of them don't. Folsom is one of them. Obviously, this does not comply. It's a very long dead end with a cul-de-sac. It's also a pretty desirable place to live, and because there isn't through traffic, the residents of that neighborhood love that. It's a quiet, safe, private place. There are a lot of other cul-de-sacs just within the immediate area of this project. Lewis Mountain Drive, that's another one that does not comply with the code right now. So we feel like, you know, the code says 500 feet. That code hasn't existed for all that long. Obviously, Folsom was put in before that code was written. But we feel like the 15% increase is pretty minor, and the secondary access really makes us compliant with that code. Okay, so let's jump back to the connection to Ryler. We did send a letter out to Mark and Scott yesterday. I know that was very short notice, but Stu and John did engage Gregory, Golden, and Landerview to come up with an opinion on the legality of that connection to Ryler Park. And so I don't know if this got distributed to everyone or not, so I'll just kind of go through the key points. So according to the plat, Tract E is dedicated for utilities. It is not dedicated for road access. It does say that the city can accept that dedication for road access, but it will require probably multiple public hearings and also an amendment to the plat. And so that's going to require public hearings. You're going to have a lot of pushback from Ryler Park neighbors, obviously. And Christina also felt like that the purchasers of lots and homes in Ryler Park could object that it was not clearly disclosed that this could become a through street. They may have bought their property because of the private non-through access. And so there's certainly a chance for lawsuits or legal actions. So I can go through this in more detail if you want. I don't know if everybody got a copy of this, but I think that's really kind of a key point in this whole discussion. So that's all I have, and we are happy to answer any questions or comments.
Tracy, I had just a quick question for you. On the length of the cul-de-sac and the 20 houses, it also mentions something about average daily traffic being less than 200. Do you have data about what the average daily traffic would be on this street?
You know, I don't, but I think Steve Pavlik is here. He's our traffic engineer, and maybe he can address that.
Thank you.
And I can jump in as a point of reference. It's right around, it's between 9.5 and 10 per day for a single family home. So I think that 20 units or 200 ADT is about the same number. So if you count 10 average daily trips per unit, you get the same number.
Okay, thank you. That seems kind of high to me, the number of trips. I know I rarely even make one.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Tracy and crew and the developers. So thank you for participating. And this time, the remaining time is for questions of council to staff and as well as the developers. And that is our normal order that proponents talk after the public hearing so that they can address those items posed by the public. So that's why we do it that way and have done that in the past. Staff, do we have that larger picture that I talked about earlier?
Mayor? Yeah, I've got it.
Mayor?
Yeah, yes.
This is John Stevens. I've had my hand raised for...
Oh, I'm sorry, John?
No worries.
Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say a couple of things. In the staff presentation, they had a slide that had two issues on the slide. One of them was the sewer issue, the Folsom sewer. And I don't know why that is an issue with the new proposal as much as it would be for the old proposal, because the new proposal actually has 2 less units dumping into that sewage system. So I'm not sure what that intent was, but if somebody from staff wants to tell me, I'd be happy to hear it. And then on when staff said if you approve this, it would have some recommendations for your approval. One of them is a gated emergency access, and the other is a pedestrian access to Florida. I want to point out that both of those features are in fact on the proposal that's put forth, that's in front of you right now. And then one other thing I'd like to point out, one of the councilwomen, and I don't know which one, and I'm sorry, asked why did we withdraw the old plan and start with a new plan. And it was at the time basically solely because of the neighborhood opposition, a little bit about the uncertainty of the legality of the connection, but we just wanted to be good neighbors and deal with that. So that was the primary reason. But I want to let everyone know that subsequent to that, and it was news to me, and I learned about it first, or I first learned about it at the Planning Commission meeting back in December. And that is that the land to the south, the owner of the land to the south, where there was a connection on the original proposal, he intends to build high density for rent apartments there. And that I don't think serves either Ryler or Cummings properties or neighborhoods well with traffic for a lot of reasons that I think you can all figure that out without me talking about that. But that is, to me, and I'm surprised nobody talked about this earlier, but that just makes the whole issue a whole lot worse than what we had originally anticipated with that first proposal. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. That's exactly my point as to my questioning about what the future of the entire enclave there is, including your part, and how that relates to your proposal, and to assure that we don't have conflicts of both land use as well as access, which is the topics that we are incumbent in any request of council to annex a property. We first look at land use, then we look at access, then we look at utility provision. And so that is a very salient question, and maybe we can get staff to address that, talk about those things that we haven't seen as council that are developing or have been proposed perhaps on adjacent properties, so that we can consider this in a greater context. As well.
Mayor?
Yes,
I'll turn that screen on in 1 second. I just wanted to respond real quick to Mr.
John has another point as well, I believe. So John, go right ahead.
One other point. Early in the process, last spring and summer, we actually approached the landowner to the south about buying, and he was not interested in selling at anything that would be considered a reasonable price. So we've done our homework on that end of things too, because we too thought it would all work well together at one point, but not with apartments, and that's a killer.
Thanks, and appreciate that. And maybe you can identify that parcel when we get this, get the plan up in front of us as well. So I think my question is going to be how many single parcels such as yours exist, and that would be ripe for development of disparate nature if we don't define it during this annexation process.
So, Mayor Brookie, it's Mark Williams. Mr. Stevens' first point about the sewer, those are the comments from the Folsom Place neighbors. That's why they're there. We're just relaying those comments to City Council. They submitted a new round of comments, the Folsom Place neighbors did, and it included those sewer concerns. So that's why we mentioned it. And then I could
Thanks, Mark. Do we have any verification of the status of that line, or has it been scoped lately, for example? Or, in any case, is there any alternatives then to tie into that line if it were to be substandard for this entire area? Does it matter?
Well, I think the most likely solution is looking at what is downstream. There are some, the pipe gets narrower down by the mobile home park in the river. So that's one potential solution. And then that's really more of a utilities question. I'm not going to pretend I understand those kinds of hydrodynamics or
and I would
refer to it.
Can we have our civil engineer address that question, because he has looked at this extensively?
Excellent. Yeah, and this is not
more helpful than me about it.
It was listed as an item of concern, not I would suggest it's not a determinant in approval or disapproval of the project, unless it was insufficient for any development, which I would anticipate that not be the case. Is Steve there? Steve Pavlik?
Yes. Yeah, we did a study a few months ago, and I also talked fairly extensively with with the utilities department, and they more or less said that, that it wasn't necessarily a significant, there's kind of hot spots around town where they have frequent issues. And they said the line in Folsom isn't really one of them. They did say they have issues, believe it or not, near the connection where Chapman Ski Rink comes in, the service from there. I guess they have issues with people flushing things that they shouldn't. But Folsom itself, in discussions with them, they said, that the line is relatively flat and they have it on a cleaning schedule with some other flat lines in town, but they don't have a record of a significant amount of calls there versus other areas of town. And the study that we did showed that the pipes do have capacity, but they are relatively flat. I believe they're at 0.5% or maybe even a little bit flatter through Folsom. But it's not uncommon for sewers. For a long time, it was allowed to put them in as flat as 0.3%. So basically, just to sum up, in conversations with the utility department, they didn't think that Folsom had a significant issue, and the capacity is there. On your question, Mayor Brookie, the only real alternative, obviously this development is going to sit lower than Florida Road. There is a sewer line in Florida Road, but there's no way to get the sewage there without some sort of lift station, which is, I can't really speak on behalf of the utilities department, but I know that they could be a pain and they're expensive and they're hard to maintain. So I don't think anyone really will want to go that route.
Thank you, Steve. That's a correct, and thanks for that assessment. And I think it's an item to be considered in the future as we move forward, not consideration of annexation unless there was absolutely no service capability, and that's not been portrayed by staff. So I would concur with you, and thanks so much. Do we have this plat up? We see the area, the kind of gray area that is roughly the boundary of the. Maybe we can show the various parcels there and discuss any recent discussion with staff related to any of these parcels, if we could.
Mayor Brookie, can I interject here?
Absolutely, sure.
So the owner of the property directly south of the Cummins property is Darren Jensen, and he did engage me to look at some schematic design of what could be done with his property. He said that right now he is content with the rental income that he gets from his property, so he's not anxious to do anything right away. But in the long term, he would like to redevelop that, and I think his desire, his number one desire, would be to develop it as apartment buildings, and he would be allowed to do 24 apartments on that parcel. So I did a schematic design for that. It could have a single point of access on Florida, kind of near to where the access point is right now, and serve those 24 units. To be honest, he would love to have Stu and John stub out a road to connect through to that property, because it would save him a lot of money. It would be easy access for him, and he wouldn't have to do all of the improvements on Florida. But I don't think it makes sense necessarily to connect an apartment development to this mixed housing project that John and Stu are proposing.
Thank you, Tracy. Tracy, do you know anything about the property to the south of that? I see one shed just immediately to the south of that property line, and then the triangle portion. And staff may have a better understanding of if those are in the city or if they remain in this enclave that's currently county property.
The next one south, I don't know anything about. The triangle is owned by the Cummins family, the same people who own the property that John and Stu have under contract.
The Cummins family owns, there are 4 lots here. There's the lot we're looking at tonight, and then the one we talked about to the south, it's owned by Darren Jensen. And then 2 more, and 3 of the 4 are owned by the Cummins property, according to the county assessor's information, which was one of the reasons we were trying to get a connection through there, because we've got 3 lots under 1 ownership, and cumulatively, that's a pretty big amount of land. I think it's around 7 acres. So something pretty interesting could have been done there. But the fact is that Mr. Jensen owns this parcel here. And so that's the linchpin for doing something for all of these. And it hasn't happened. So we're just looking at the one property.
My point is Mr. Jensen ultimately has to annex to the city of Durango. And if it's incompatible land use, then because of the previously established initial zoning for the currently discussed parcel, then it may not be to his advantage to stay out of the game. And it would be, I believe, a better service to the citizen as a planning and to the citizens to annex a larger parcel, especially considering the Cummonses are in ownership of a large portion of it and could come to the table at this point with the concept plan and get initial zoning so that there's not a diversity of land uses, postage stamp, if you will, on all 4 properties there. So that's one consideration I would like to take forward, and notwithstanding the merit of your own property right now. But I'd hope that there would be discussion about that as well. You've done a great job with the neighbors, and I commend you for in engaging the neighborhood. And so with that, any other questions of council?
I just wanted to clarify, could you go back to that, the available land, please?
Oops.
That slide.
All right.
So I was just going through the materials again, and I took a couple of points. So was staff aware of the potential intended use of the property owner? That's one question. And would that have affected your decision in any way, shape, or form, or your recommendation? And 2, when I listened to Tracy speak about potential intended projects, because things change and nothing's really intended, and in my view, until actually you start seeing it through the process. What I heard Tracy say is it would be advantageous to the owner, because if you went with the original proposed project, because there would be access. But if I understood staff's other recommendations, you would still need to have a second access going on to Florida. So could I get staff to answer those questions, please?
Well, the staff, we did have a meeting with Darren Jensen and his representative. It was pretty close. I can't remember the exact date. It was pretty close to I believe it was a city council meeting for this project the last go around, and nothing came of it. So it's something that we being the city wanted to see, because by definition we're the city and we look at things from a broader perspective than just 1 or 2 pieces of land. And we encouraged the property owners to talk to each other, and they did. And for different reasons, it didn't pan out for this kind of development. As for how that would have affected our position, it's hard for me to say, just sitting here by myself. Our staff, we always decide these things collaboratively. So it's something we would have had to sit down in a meeting and discuss, because 24 units is different from 8 units or 10 units if they're single family homes. So I don't think I could answer that second question.
And Councilor Noseworthy and Mayor Brookie, I think to 2 points that you both raised, the properties are designated in the comprehensive plan as medium density residential. They're both designated the same. That allows up to 12 units per acre. The property to the south is 2 acres. So that's where I think he's getting the idea that he could do 24 units. Apartments they require a special use permit in the medium density zone. So it's not a use by right, but it is a possibility that they could do apartments, or they could do single family homes or townhomes, some different style of residential unit, but 24 would be their max based on the comprehensive plan. The other thing is, like Mark said, we did try to facilitate conversations between the owners. As you heard, they had some of their own conversations and were not able to reach agreement. So we're not in a place where we can compel or require annexation. There are some conditions where we can. If it's been an enclave for a certain number of years, we can go out and force annexation. I don't think we've ever done that as far as I can recall. And so it would be an unusual step for us to force annexation of a property. And so we're having to, at this point, respond to the proposal before us and try and plan out to provide for connectivity and safe traffic circulation. And that's what we've tried to do so far.
Thank you, Scott. And that's totally accurate that we should get back to that. Now that we had an overview of that situation, if we can direct our conversation back to the proposal at hand. And councilors, any thoughts regarding the new proposal and the merit based on the developers have obviously had good communication with the neighborhood. We have a project that is not compliant with land use code in some respects, and that's where we sit. So we can go around the horn and or we can. I'd entertain a motion if your questions are answered sufficiently.
Mayor Berkey, I was just looking through the documentation. Usually staff gives us options like A, B, and C, and I'm struggling to find it because the documentation for this project is huge. And I was wondering what normally we have 3 options that we choose from. I was wondering if maybe we could look at what those 3 options might be.
Yeah, they do provide a recommendation as written. In the
doc, and then I think in the Planning Commission staff report is where there's the possible actions.
Could you maybe put it up on this share for us, because it's really hard to look through all that documentation.
God, could you do that? I'm on. I don't have access on this to my hard drive.
Yeah, I'll pull it up real quick. Usually the options are approve, deny, or continue.
But Councilor Baxter's right. They usually are, in the agenda documentation, and it's just suggesting one option here, to deny.
Okay. Pull up the packet real quick.
May I ask a question of the developers?
Surely, Barbara, go right ahead. Yeah, we've got some time and
Thank you.
yeah.
Not that this is a recommendation, I would just like to get a sense of a hypothetical. If council actually suggested go back to the original plan, would you still be involved in this development? Would you still consider going back to the original? Because the continuance back in August, in my mind, doesn't necessarily reflect indecision on council's part, but more information. And I also want to recognize that I appreciate the effort you made with the neighbors, but I would be interested in if there's another way to get to yes, which might be going back to the original plan.
Our discussions, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. That's a good question. Our discussions to date have been, no, we would not be interested in going back to the original plan. We've learned a lot since then.
I think, speaking for us again, this is Stu, that we just did not see a conclusive way forward that would preclude any conversation of litigation from the Ryler neighborhood, very much undefined. And that's where we made the change to, take that off the table and come up with a brand new plan, a cul-de-sac design that works and it makes the neighborhood happy. And that's where we came from.
So Scott, it looks like you're being challenged by finding that too, yes?
It's close. It's close here. I got it.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll try and get you. It is on page 95 of the packet, and I'll share it now here.
Thank you.
So this is what was planning commission. The alternative actions are recommend approval with some conditions, and I can go over those if you'd like in more detail. The second action is recommend denial with the findings that it does not comply with these comp plan and LUDC excerpts. Or alternative action C, continue the consideration with some direction to staff and the applicants. As you heard, Planning Commission took action B, recommend denial. But those were the three alternative actions presented. Would you like me to go through the conditions
No,
in more detail?
I think it's basically what the conditions and findings in the staff report, right?
Yeah, and John mentioned, that the emergency access was shown, and there was one other point, access to Florida. That emergency access does not comply with either the fire protection district or city standards, so it would have to be widened. And so that's why that condition was in there, that if you were to recommend approval, it would need to be modified. That may result in the loss of another unit.
Right.
So just to clarify why that was mentioned as a condition.
Please state those options again, please, the three options.
Okay. Recommend, or in this case, approve the annexation initial zoning of PD and conceptual development plan with the findings that the project is in general conformance with the comp plan and the LUDC criteria with the following conditions, and there are 9 of them. The other option is to deny the annexation initial zoning and conceptual development plan with the findings that it does not comply with the adopted comprehensive plan policies and LUDC standards. And the third option is to continue consideration of the proposal.
Could you go back to the first one, please?
Yep.
And Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to make a motion. You're on mute. You're on mute, Mayor. You're on mute.
There we go. Thanks. Took a bit to get off mute. Go ahead and make your motion if you have the ingredients you need.
I think I do. We'll try it. I would like to make a motion that council approve Florida Road mixed housing annexation, initial zoning of planned development and conceptual development plan with findings that the project is in general conformance with the comprehensive plan and applicable LUDC criteria, subject to the 9 conditions that followed in the staff report.
Do I hear a second? And it might be appropriate to look at the 9 conditions as well. But first, do I hear a second?
We can do that under discussion.
Motion's made. We are looking for a second. Or
Dying for lack of a second.
it is, it doesn't appear to have a second. Either we can revise the motion or entertain a new motion.
Could I make and express a concern?
Yes.
Because it didn't necessarily come up under, it's very hard to walk away from the potential of housing units and inventory. But I also recognize the responsibility that the staff and the land use development code have for addressing safety and future growth of our community. And so I myself am not necessarily willing to vote yes or no, but I'm willing to keep talking and seeing if there's a way we can get to a solution that would address not all, and reach a compromise that can address the issues that have been raised this evening. So I actually would be willing to make a motion to move for a continuance.
I would second that. I'm struggling as well. We can talk about that in discussion.
Very good. We have a motion for continuance and a second. May I ask what?
Maybe you could stop sharing your screen so we can all look at each other. That'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks so much. Yeah. What would you hope to define with further continuance? Do you have a sense of that, Councillor Noseworthy, or?
I'm concerned about the number of units and the safety, the egress. I'm concerned about a gated emergency exit. I also think that I recognize residents' concerns with living there, but I also need to address the opportunities and challenges we're faced with limited ability to help mitigate the housing shortage we have. And so I'm really weighing the responsibility of access and safety with with residents' concerns, but also with the planning staff's professional opinion to prepare for decades down the road.
Thank you for those thoughts. Any other comments from council?
It's a really difficult decision, and I definitely heard the comments from the neighbors, and so that's why I'm hoping that maybe with some more work that this can come to some type of resolution, because I am also hearing from our staff and a united voice, as well as our planning commission, that it doesn't meet the adopted codes and standards as far as efficiency for services and our overall network connectivity. It's not an efficient system the way it's currently laid out. And over time, that really has an impact on our city to be able to provide good services over the long term. We've taken in subdivisions that haven't been ideal, and over time as a city, I think we pay the price. So I'm concerned about efficiency for our public services, and I do think that access and connectivity are important components for our design of our entire city, and letting people get through. And so I would like to just see if we can keep working on this.
So I would like to say something about my motion, or why I made my motion. So the gentleman who made a public comment about looking at Google Earth, after he said that, I did that. I pulled it up and looked at it in some detail. And Tracy also made the comment, and I don't know, when I tried to count the houses in the Ryler development, I didn't come up with more. I think I came up with like 32 or something. Tracy, do you have the number of that there?
I think that's right, 31 or 32.
Okay. So one thing that I saw from that elevation is that you have 32 houses in one place, and you would have, I don't think you're going to end up with 35, because I think when you have to do the gated egress and everything else, you probably end up with 33 maybe. But I see the same size communities there, and I think that when you look at it that way, they actually blend very well with the idea of the sidewalks and the pedestrian access between the two of them. I don't see, I personally have lived on cul-de-sacs before, and I think they're wonderful. And I don't think it inhibits connectivity if they're done well between communities. And I don't think that we're going to end up with that southern part being developed soon, unfortunately. And even if it is developed with apartments or with the density that it could be, I'm not certain we want that additional neighborhood moving into Cummings and Ryler. So I'm concerned about that. And I think that, you know, personally, I would prefer to see a couple fewer houses in this development. I think that the services are fine on a cul-de-sac. We have that in so many other areas. So, and I at first thought that the Ryler area, because I've walked that entire neighborhood, was being a little bit like, no, we just want our own private neighborhood. But now that I'm seeing it from above and with the plans and the new plan, which we hadn't seen before, I don't think this is a bad idea, and it certainly addresses housing in this community. I don't think I think it would actually be a very good neighborhood for people to live in. So that's just why I feel the way I do.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Baxter and Mayor Pro Tem Baxter. And Chris, I don't know if you have any comments before we take a roll call, but you're welcome to weigh in at this point if you'd like.
Yeah, I've waited because I really did want to hear what council thought. This one's a conundrum for me, I have to be honest with you. When we contended with this last time, there were two issues that stood out for me. They were, what was the real status of that connective artery, and was there an issue legally? And the other thing was the traffic study. We knew that it was done during a time that it may have not been accurately portrayed, but all of these other issues were not at play in my decision-making at the time. And so I do applaud the neighbors and the developer working together. But what you've done essentially is you work together to create a plan that's fairly outside of the LUDC. I think it puts us in a pretty tough spot. I mean, it's, if we approve something like that or make that kind of concession, we're really not standing behind the staff that is paid professionals to administer that plan, or the planning commission, who were unanimous in their decision. I'm not for the continuance of this because those issues are resolved to me. And so I don't think that I would vote yes for a continuance to give uncertainty to all of these parties. I think as much as I'm sure everyone doesn't want to disappoint the neighbors and us, the political figures we are, and as much as everybody doesn't want to disappoint the developers and wants the housing, I think you bring a plan back that fits within the LUDC and you want some minor variances. This council has proven over and over and over again, it's the one thing we tend to agree on is passing development plans. We have a record of doing that in my 4 years. We've only not passed one that I can recall. And it was a variance related issue too. So, I had no real challenges with the last plan, and that you guys decided to do that. I understand what you did, but I had questions that needed to be answered. They've been answered. I was prepared to come in here and approve that plan with the modifications, but not some completely new plan outside of the LUDC. That's kind of where I stand on the issue. I think it should be developed. I think it should have connectivity. I think it was always intended to have connectivity, and every neighborhood most neighborhoods in Durango have that kind of connectivity. The arguments that safety is at play and and those kinds of things, they don't apply. I would quote Joe Lewandowski from the Planning Commission. He had a pretty good statement about that those things don't hold merit as you apply them to most of the other neighborhoods in our communities. So I'm not prepared to vote for continuance, and I'm not prepared to vote for the other motion. So, but I'm happy to hear what others have to say.
I have a question on a continuance. Is there a recommended time frame that we could hear back from the developers if there's any interest in revisiting before any decision on a yes or no is made? Is there any, I'm looking to staff as what that process might take and what the time frame would take so that we can get to a firm answer in a reasonable period of time.
Yeah, it's hard to say. We're happy to follow right up after this meeting and whatever the council decides, and have a debrief with the applicants and see what they would propose as next steps. The one thing I would suggest as a possible path towards resolution is, we've heard the clear opposition to the connection to Ryler. If there were an emergency access, pedestrian and bike access to the north, and then a connection provided for to the south to facilitate cohesiveness between whatever happens on that property. I'm not saying that could come to fruition. You've heard that there's been struggles in them talking to each other and maybe compatibility of land use, but if there was a plan that at least had that connection out, you'd have a connection from Colorado through this development down to the south, and then probably out to Florida. There could be 2 points of access there, and an emergency access and a bike ped access to Ryler. I would just throw that out there as a possibility. If you do decide to continue, we could review something like that and try where we can to play a role in facilitating the conversation between the two property owners. But we have limited, authority there, but we could commit to doing that.
Yeah, Scott, I like that idea. I think that's something that I think that's something I could support in that difference. And it's also it's a compromise, but for the developers, which I think is okay too. So that's an interesting idea.
Very interesting, and thank you for your on the spot problem solving, possible problem solving.
Scott, thank you. I agree totally. I don't want to provide an elongated comment, but that was what I was hoping for in the initial continuance, and would hope for again is a little more another look at alternatives. The more access points we have, the more connectivity we have, and the less impact it is on anybody if we have more points of impact or access, I should say. So,
Mayor, John is waving his hand. Would you like to?
Okay, let's just 1 second. We'll get right to you, John. I want to make sure, because we do have a motion on the floor and it's been seconded, so we will vote in momentarily, but definitely want to offer opportunity for John Stevens to weigh in. Your thoughts, John?
So my question really is a solution that's, and I don't know where we stand on it, but it's just another way of looking at it. So, but converse to what Scott had, if there was a connection to Ryler, a road connection to Ryler to Cummins only, and an emergency access from Cummins to the land to the south, that's sort of the converse of the flip side of what Scott just said. So what would the traction be with that solution?
I think, I don't think we see it. We can't really deliberate that option in front of public right now. It's not an option that we have been presented. And so I wouldn't want to force my counselors to make a weigh in on that, but it certainly would be a topic of a soon to be discussed topic. And, we certainly, definitely one of the alternatives, John, I think that would be considered to bring back to us for
You could
consideration.
almost view it as the original proposal with that southern connection just being an emergency connection. You just take this original proposal and make that an emergency. Does that solve it?
I will look to staff. I will look to staff to go back to the discussion if a continuance does pass, that it's their recommendation of what might work, working with all the parties involved.
What it sounds like to me is that there's a willingness to have a discussion. And so I think that a continuance in that case is a reasonable option.
Very good. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll call for a roll call, please, on the motion as presented.
Councillor Youssef,
Yes.
Councillor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Councillor Bateen,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
and Mayor Berkey.
Yes. So, sorry, that's my part. The motion passes, and we will look forward to further discussion and deliberation. And I think if anybody has additional comments, they should approach planning staff with those thoughts and comments, and I'm sure they would appreciate them, and the owners as well. And we appreciate you guys for hanging in there with us. We look forward to increased housing in our community as always. So we hope that we can arrive at a yes, as Councillor Baxter suggests. So thanks so much. Councillor Noseworthy.
I agree.
And I think it's universal. So thanks for that thought, and thanks for being interested in our community. With that, we'll move on to item 9.2.2, which is a public hearing regarding the 26-918 South Highway 160 annexation petition. So with that, may we have a staff report, please? Craig Roser.
Thank you, Mayor Berkey. Craig Roser with the City Planning Department. Let me share my screen if I can with you. Can everyone, Can everyone see that?
I can see it.
Okay. This is a pretty simple request, at least it was at the Planning Commission. Hopefully it'll be this way tonight. It's a request from the property owner, Patricia Jean James, for consideration of the annexation of about 2.9 acres located at 26918 South Highway 160. The owner is joined in the application by John Diet of Rocky Mountain Business Association, who is purchasing the property and who's represented by Chris Hawkins of Alpine Planning. The property is currently in residential use, but the indicated intended future use is commercial retail, and specifically a marijuana retail sales operation. Along with the annexation, we're considering the initial zoning of CG, Commercial General. This requested zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan future land use designation of the property of mixed commercial light industrial. It's also consistent with the anticipated future use of the property and the existing zoning of the immediately adjacent properties that are currently in the city limits. The Planning Commission heard this request at its December 7th meeting. There was no public testimony, and following a brief discussion, the Commission voted 5-0 to recommend in favor of the annexation and requested zoning. I'll quickly go through this PowerPoint because, again, this is a pretty simple request. Again, it's the proposal to annex just a little under 3 acres into the city limits with an initial zoning of commercial general. The process is a public hearing before the Planning Commission, which happened on the 7th of December. Tonight's hearing before City Council, and then the annexation and initial zoning is implemented by council ordinance. And also as part of the finalization of the annexation, we'll record the annexation plat and the annexation agreement. Both the plat and the annexation agreement are still under consideration. There's some minor modifications, but they'll be ready by the time we have the second reading of the annexation ordinance. This is the vicinity map that shows the location of the property in black. Just to orient people a little bit across, this is the highway 160, also known as Camino del Rio, South Camino del Rio. This is the Farmington Y intersection. This is Enterprise Car Rental directly across the highway from the subject property. This is a bit of a blow up of the property. This is the existing residence on the upper portion of the property, and the proposal is to convert this residence into the future retail use. And that use is allowed in the commercial general zone under a limited use permit, which will be considered at some point following the annexation. We do not have an application in hand for that. This shows the surrounding zonings, the red on the adjacent property to the west, as well as across the highway and further back on the highway. These are commercial general zones, and that would be the zoning attached to the property in question. As far as analysis, it was pretty simple and straightforward. The annexation does meet all of the eligibility requirements of state statute and the policies of the city. City utilities and services are readily available to the property. The requested zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan as well as the intended use of the property. And as of the public hearing at the Planning Commission, we received no public comments. We still have received no public comments, but I did get an inquiry, and I'll get into that in just a minute, about access and an easement to the property. The Planning Commission did recommend approval subject to specific findings and conditions. And it's our recommendation that the council by motion move to approve the annexation and initial zoning with the findings and conditions as reflected in the Planning Commission staff report and the minutes of December 7th, and also to direct the city attorney to prepare the enacting ordinance for first reading at the next council meeting. Want to get back to the vicinity map quickly, or I guess the site map. We did have a question about access, and in the Planning Commission staff report, we talked about the fact that there is an easement over this portion of the adjacent property in favor of this property, and that's where access will come in to this development, generally in this location. CDOT controls the access along the highway frontage road, and they have indicated they want the access to come as far back to the west as possible, and that would take it over the corner of this property. And as I said, there is a small easement available for the use of this property to make that access connection. And I just wanted to clarify that for the individual who had asked about or expressed some access concerns earlier today. I got that inquiry. So again, we are recommending that the council move to approve subject to the findings and conditions as reflected in the Planning Commission staff report and minutes. Be happy to answer any questions. I think the applicant's agent on this, Chris Hawkins, is also available if you have any questions of Chris.
Excellent. Thanks. Thanks, Craig. Any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? All right. I do have a question later regarding that CDOT permit and so forth, but with that, I'll open the public hearing. Again, if you're watching by Zoom, please raise your hand and our monitor will let you in for a 3-minute statement or question. And if you are listening by phone, push *9 and you will be acknowledged by our moderator. So with that, Mitchell, do we have any guests in the waiting room?
Mayor, members of council, no one has raised their hand yet. If you are here to speak about this agenda item, please utilize the raise hand function now. We do have one here. Oh, they just removed their raise hand. Oh, now it's back. Playing games with me. All right, here we go. Jennifer, it is your turn to speak. Please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Jennifer Nelson. I'm at 158 Trestle Lane in Durango, Colorado. And I'm here as someone in that area. The T-Bone property that is directly to the east of this property abuts up to our property. If you look at the maps, you'll see the two ponds that Wilson Gulch goes through, and there's two ponds and then the river. That's where we live. So we're just catty corner from the property that's in question right now. It's been residential for a long time, and I know that the future use is in the comprehensive plan is designated other than residential. But my concern is, and the concern of neighbors, and one of the reasons we didn't do public comment before was because we didn't get notice of it. So we didn't know there was a planning commission meeting to give public comment at. But our concern is, if you annex it and then immediately go to general commercial zoning, then what kind of protection is there for our residential neighborhood that's south and southwest of that property? Because it is a rural residential area in there. And it's up above us, so we're down in the valley from it. And again, if any lights, noise, traffic, that kind of thing, that frontage road can't support a whole lot of traffic. It's County Road and Bridge is down there, Basin Co-op is there, and then Trestle Lane comes off of it. And so that's the only traffic that comes through there. If you add a retail business up there, or they suggested when I looked at the agenda package, they were suggesting that down in the valley where Wilson Gulch goes through, that they might consider lodging, like a motel or something. If you put that kind of thing there, that road can't support it. Our neighborhood can't support it. And the noise, the light, it would not be compatible with our residential neighborhood. So that's the concerns that our neighborhood has.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Appreciate that, and perhaps we can get some clarification as to the status of your land as it falls within the entire comp plan, and expect a response from staff on that.
And maybe see a map again, just so we're familiar with what she's referring to.
Right. Yeah. When we bring that back up, I think we'll be able to look at exactly where she's at. And so with that, Mitchell, or is there any other folks in the waiting room?
Mayor, no one else has raised their hand yet. We do still have quite a few attendees. If you are here to speak to this agenda item, please use the raise hand function now.
Excellent. I think we've probably got a lot of folks for the lodger's tax issue as well, waiting in the wings. So with that, we'll close the public hearing and move back to staff. And Craig, you indicated that the applicant is with us, and perhaps we can have a statement from them.
I believe he is, Dean. It would be Chris Hawkins with Alpine Planning, but I can speak to a couple of the issues that Ms. Nelson raised. As far as notification, everyone within 300 feet of the perimeter of the property should have received notifications of the Planning Commission hearing and also the tonight's City Council hearing. If they did not, and I don't have the list with me right now, but I could check that. If they did not get notice, it may be that they are outside of that 300-foot limit. As far as the comprehensive plan designation, there are residential properties down off of Trestle Lane. We acknowledge that they are designated as future residential use on the future land use map. This property and the majority of what we consider the developable portion of the property is up at the highway level. And that is why it has the commercial land use, future mixed commercial light industrial land use designation. And that is why the current proposal is considered appropriate and consistent with that comprehensive plan designation. As far as the access, CDOT is the access permitting entity because this will take access off of the frontage road. The applicants are in the process of working with CDOT as far as their access permitting requirements. It's been our understanding in our discussions with CDOT that they will require some level of traffic analysis associated with whatever use might ultimately be proposed on that property. And there may be some improvements either to the intersection of the frontage road and the highway itself. Certainly the city will be required some frontage improvements to the frontage road itself as part of development of this property. I think those were the main issues that she had raised. Did you have, I think you had indicated you had an access question also, Dean?
Yeah, you hit it exactly, and I acknowledge that, that the ADT for marijuana retail is significantly, the state just upped that so that it is causing a higher level of improvement often in to gain access to marijuana retail operations. So,
and that's exactly why we've been in discussions with CDOT and why they're the permitting entity, and they had indicated that some traffic study may be required because of the apparent higher levels of traffic from retail marijuana. The other thing, future uses on the property will need to be consistent with the city's land use codes and development standards and procedures. If in fact a retail marijuana is proposed on this property, that's allowable, but it's subject to a limited use permit process. And that process, although it doesn't come to a public entity like the Planning Commission or City Council, is handled at the staff level. We will provide notifications to the adjacent neighborhood. They will have an opportunity to comment on things such as site lighting, signage, those kinds of things that may impact their neighborhood. So those are the kind of protections that we would envision as being available through the city's land use process for the adjacent neighborhood.
Thank you, Craig. If there's no other questions immediately, I think it's appropriate to have Chris Hawkins weigh in and say whatever you would like to, representing the project.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Craig, for the summary, and thank you, council members, for considering this annexation. We have been having a discussion with Judy Clancy, who lives down in that area. She reached out through our realtor, and we've already heard a few of these comments in regards to lighting, and we have been making plan changes that we will submit with the limited use permit. Like, instead of having lighting in the corners where we have cameras, we'll use infrared cameras, low level lighting standards. CDOT and access, it looks like, unfortunately, we may have to do a deceleration lane there. We're not sure, but we may have to do that. And my client is prepared to make that improvement, not just for our store, but for the neighbors as well. And that's an expensive investment. Also, too, the car wash on what is called the T-Bone site, or whatever use goes in there in the future. I know there's been various uses. That will draw commercial traffic already into the neighborhood. So the CDOT improvements that are required, combined with city improvements of the frontage road, we understand we have to provide a sidewalk along the frontage road, probably drainage along the frontage road, sidewalk connection to the site, an extensive landscape buffering, brand new paved access, brand new paved parking lot. The activities of the store are going to be fairly quiet compared to other uses that are allowed in commercial zoning. People go in the store, they come out of the store, it's very quiet. Odor mitigation, it will not be an issue. There's such huge buffers out there. And my client's staff is trained to monitor the sites through security cameras and just actually going out to make sure no one's loitering around. I also offered, on behalf of my client, without checking with him, by the way, to put up a sign on that trestle lane that just says, if it is a private road. I need to confirm that with Craig, but just put up a city approved sign that just says private road, no commercial access, no outlet, et cetera, whatever the city wants in there, and also working with the neighbors. Because we do want to be good neighbors and also be a part of the community. And we're more than willing, anyone can call me, they can get my number from Craig, and we'll chat through the stuff before you submit for the limited use permit. So really appreciate your time and look forward to moving forward with the project. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Question for Craig. I mean, the adjacent properties, including Ms. Clancy's property and those property and Ms. Nelson's property, those are outside the city limit boundary, if I'm not mistaken, but still part of our comp plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, the residential properties are
in the county,
and they are part of the city's comprehensive plan as far as future land use designations.
So the idea of a hotel or something being built, being imposed down on a lower level would be in practice, not in compliance with our current comprehensive plan. It would require modification of the comp plan to entertain anything like that.
There is a lower level to the property that's being annexed. Access to it would be the question, and that might be the issue and problem in terms of what if there is some commercial development proposal for that lower bench of the property. At the Planning Commission, there was some discussion about that potential, but if you look at the topography on that map, it's pretty steep and it does drop down to the Wilson Gulch area. And any access to that lower site would need to meet city standards. I think personally might be an issue or a problem. And then the compatibility of commercial development in that lower area, even though it might be zoned for it, but the impact on that residential neighborhood, I think would be an issue to be addressed as part of any kind of future review.
Put it this way, that won't, sorry to interrupt, that was just a potential future use. That's not on the table at all right now. And we'd actually just retract that as a use given what Craig just said. We don't want there to be any issues with the store, and we're happy to keep all development up on the higher mesa.
And just to reiterate, the issue tonight is just the annexation and initial zoning. The actual future development would be handled down the road, whether it's a limited use permit or just major site plan review or site plan review, and we would handle it in accordance with the code requirements.
Very good.
Would have to meet city development standards.
Right. So yeah, so that's good warning. And so in terms of the development plan, all we know now is that the building is intended to be used for its stated use as a marijuana retail facility. And additional site development standards will be imposed at the LUP standpoint.
Limited use permit.
Yeah. Limited use permit LUP processing. So thank you very much. Any other questions for Craig or Chris at this point? If not, I'd entertain a motion. Be brave.
Make a motion, move to recommend approval of the proposed 26-918 South Highway 160 annexation and initial zoning with the finding that the proposed complies with the City of Durango Land Use and Development Code per presented testimony, submitted documentation, and conditions outlined in the staff report.
Second.
Great, it's been moved and seconded. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilor Noseworthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter,
Yes.
Councilor Bettine,
Yes.
Councilor Youssef,
Yes.
and Mayor Bricky.
Yes, thank you so much. We'll move on to
Thank you very
introduction.
much.
You bet. Take care. Introduction of ordinances, item 10.1, discussion and possible action concerning the extension of emergency ordinance O-2020-17, supporting the enforcement of state executive and public health orders by requiring a face mask in the city of Durango. With that, I'll pass it off to Dirk Nelson, City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, this item is on the agenda as an extension of the existing mask ordinance that was adopted on November 23rd, 2020. It is set to expire on January 22nd by virtue of the fact that the emergency ordinances under the charter are valid for 60 days unless they're readopted or renewed. So the language of the ordinance itself is unchanged. This simply extends the time period for the existing mask ordinance for approximately another 60 days. Set it up to expire on March 19th, 2021, which is a Friday. If council chooses to vote on this. And if you do want to extend it, this ordinance would have a new number. It would be ordinance O-2021-01, the first one of the year.
Thank you, Dirk. Any questions for Dirk? This is not a public hearing. This is just an introduction of an ordinance for council to take action on.
Dirk, I just have a question for you. So when we do an ordinance like this, is this considered a law?
Yeah, it's a city ordinance, which is a city law.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
It's part of our code.
Good question. With that, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2021-1.
Second.
It's been approved and seconded. May we have a roll call, please?
Dean, I don't know if anybody had some discussion or not around it, but I didn't want to avoid that question.
Surely. Yeah, I was remiss in not asking for any further discussion on this item. And we'll take a second pass at it. If there's any questions for Dirk or conversation we should have. Okay, seeing none, let's proceed with the roll call. Thank you.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Yes.
Councilor Bachin?
Yes.
Councilor Youssef?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Yes.
And Mayor Berkey?
Yes, thank you so much. We'll move on to 10.2, an ordinance amending a portion of Article 1, Chapter 24, Section 24-3 related to reduction of speed in residential neighborhoods and reducing speed on Animas View Drive. Again, Dirk, if we can have a little background and discussion on this.
Yes, this item was subject to a hearing at the previous regular meeting of council, whereby council instructed me to draft an ordinance that would in effect make findings regarding Animas View Drive meeting the criteria and the statute that would allow council to reduce that speed limit to 25. This does change the provisions regarding the model traffic code where the rules on speed limits are found. And the effect of this would be to change the full length of Animas View Drive to 25 miles per hour based on the findings that were made at the hearing and described in this ordinance. This ordinance would be, unless you have other questions, would be ordinance 2021-02. And again, this is first reading. There'll be second reading on this item in February 2nd. This would be effective after it's published, 10 days after it's published. I think a question about timing came up at the last meeting, and I think I said mid-February, and that's still going to be accurate depending on exactly when it gets published.
So do we need to do a motion to accept this or not, depending on how we vote at this meeting?
Yes, you would vote to approve it at this meeting, and then again, there'll be second reading at the next meeting.
Okay, well then I would move that council approve ordinance 2021-02 related to reduction of speed in residential neighborhoods and reducing the speed on Animas View Drive.
I'll second. Oh, sorry. I think Chris might have jumped in.
A little enthusiasm. I think Chris did it. So it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion, I might just add that this is at the request of the numerous residents along Animas View Drive over a period of years, I can say. And we finally were able to, staff was supportive and made this happen. Dirk did the language and the wordsmithing. So thank you all for coming to this end. And
but I also add that it was the hard work and strong recommendation from the Multimodal Advisory Board as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thanks to those folks. And so any other comments before we call for a vote? Seeing none, well, roll call, please.
Councilor Bachin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baxter?
Yes.
Councilor Noseworthy?
Yes.
Councilor Youssef?
Yes.
And Mayor Berkey?
Yes. With that, we'll move on to 10.3, an emergency ordinance establishing a temporary maximum fee charged for third-party food delivery services in Durango. And again, Dirk, if I could have you embellish that a little bit, or appropriate staff as required.
You want me to take it, Dirk? I can do that.
Jose?
If you want me to take it, Dirk, I can do it for you. Thank you. Mayor and Council, this was just brought up. We did talk a little bit at the towards the end of December that we would bring this up to discuss about a third-party delivery fee ordinance. We have taken a look at what we've budgeted. We budgeted 40,000 for this year. The updated stats, we've had 3 restaurants get reimbursement for about a total of $5,000. We have 2 other restaurants that need to submit a little bit more information to do so. Estimated conservatively that we believe we're at about $11,000 that we'll pay once the 5 restaurants or the other 2 restaurants submit. Again, we budgeted 40,000, so we're still well within our budget. I think right now it would be the recommendation of staff to the council that we do not need a third-party ordinance at this time, as we still have the funding available to continue to make it through with this project and program. And if that does change, we will be sure to update the council and ask for an ordinance if we think we need it.
Do we have a time frame for the plan, the plan, the 40,000? Like, it was it 2 months, 3 months? Does it tell the emergency declarations done? What was the concept?
3 months, I believe, is what we used. So we're well within that budget portion of it. So we did state, I think, that we'd have it open for 3 months, and then occupancy opened up. And I think that probably is what, stopped the necessity for this program at that level. So
right.
We're within our budget.
Okay.
So Jose, your recommendation is to not take action on this ordinance this evening? And,
no, sir. You're absolutely
required to take no action. So with that, we if there's no further discussion amongst council as to the need for this this particular ordinance, we will move on here. Any questions of Jose? Any further questions? Great. If not, we will move on. And
I'd just like to thank Jose and the staff and Dirk for putting this together. It was our request. They turned it around. And also just to recognize the 2 of them and the staff for addressing these needs, these urgent needs, and just doing such a great job with it. Thank you.
thank you so much. I'm noting that it is 9:20. Our next item is potentially what folks have been waiting for. So in lieu of a break, unless anybody needs a break, we can launch right into item 11.1. Or we can take a short break if everybody's exhausted at this point, but whatever your thoughts are. Should we just move ahead and we can excuse ourselves as necessary? Okay, moving ahead then. 11.1, public hearing concerning a resolution submitting to the registered electors of the city at the city's general election to be held on April 6th, 2021, a ballot issue entitled concerning an increase in the city lodgers tax. So who from staff is prepared to kick us off on this?
I can take this one at least to kick it off, and then tell you how this came about in terms of the language. You, just to clarify also, because it came up earlier as a question from someone, the item that was on consent tonight is actually sets a hearing on the ordinance. So you have before you both a resolution and a draft ordinance. The draft ordinance was put together as a complement to the resolution, but tonight we're really only, the council at the last study session where you spoke about this wanted to have a study session on the resolution, which again, to remind you, the resolution needs to be adopted in early February to meet the deadlines to approve the ballot question. So following the study session, I had a phone conference with Dee Weiser, the city's bond counsel, about what I took away from the direction that I got, or staff got at the study session. I understand that it wasn't universally supported, but based on my notes in a conference with Dee, he and I formulated the ballot question, which is in the resolution, which is essentially the meat and the potatoes of the resolution here. This would be the general format for a table question, again, based on the input that I was able to decipher from the council's direction. So to the extent that that doesn't meet the council, what the direction that you gave, that I'll take the blame for that. But I think that I hope that at least this gives a starting point for council to discuss what you would like the ballot language to look like, or again, if you want to approve ballot language at all, that's up to you. We're not looking for approval tonight on this at all. In fact, I think we'll be looking for further input based from council after you hear from the public and the interested parties. So again, assuming that we can reach some consensus, we would plan to bring this back on February 2nd, which is 2 weeks from now, to receive approval, and then to also have first reading on a accompanying ordinance. So hopefully that is enough background to get you started.
Thank you, Dirk. Yeah, as you said, the consent agenda item was strictly a scheduling, anticipating that this would be forwarded to for further action and placement on the agenda in a couple weeks. So thanks. So what we have here is, and I should also recognize for the record an email from on the 19th, January 19th, from Bill Carver, and an email from Chris Bigelow, the owner of the Hampton Inn, also today talking about the history and the need for this tax. So with that, I might summarize also that the last discussion was a study session that was instructive to our city attorney to come up with a draft that didn't involve any public comment. So in a study session format. So this is our opportunity to engage the public for further discussion about some of the specifics that we discussed internally during that study session. So with that, any further questions of staff before we open it up for a public hearing?
I just want to be really quick. I'm not totally sure what we're doing here. Are we, we're just hearing a public hearing? We're not voting on anything? This is coming up for vote the next time. Is that how I understand it right, or did I get it wrong?
That's how it's scheduled. We didn't really schedule it for action tonight, but also again scheduled for what we would anticipate would be more input on refining the question, getting more detail, getting more, again, getting it in a place where you can vote on it on the 2nd. If you would like to set a special meeting, certainly you can between now and the 2nd. We were assuming that it would be voted on in the final form on February 2nd or thereabouts. That's the regular meeting.
So like Councilor Bettine, it wasn't clear to me that this was a public hearing, but more of a consensus or a vote from council on the draft that you provided. So this is to be a public hearing?
My understanding from the takeaway from the study session was that, and maybe calling it a public hearing, we don't normally do public hearings on resolutions, but the intent of it was, and I think it's, whether you want to call it a formal hearing or just an opportunity to take input, because as the mayor said, there was no opportunity for public input at the study session. I understood that you wanted to take public input tonight on the question of the resolution, which again is essentially the ballot language that's contained in the resolution.
Can I ask one more question then?
Yeah.
Dirk, would it also not be possible, and the mayor, to, as a council, try to review this, and I'm just offering something, as a council to try to review this and then seek public input before the 2nd if there's consensus among the council on this? Not that I want to deny public input, and I appreciate the people who waited all along. I just wanted to make certain that we were clear on where the council, or if there's any consensus on where the council stands right now, to get input from the public.
Well, I think the ordinance as written is Dirk's attempt to bring to some solid format the interaction that we had during our council session. I think the salient points there, and I might go straight to that area, is the number one. It is discussed as a lodger's tax from 2 to 5%. It's just describing the use of a 5% tax, which would become, that's the combination of the existing 2% tax plus the increase of the lodger's tax by 3% for a total of 5%. Then, so it's not being described as a 3% increase with its own specificity, if you will. It's adding the 3% and then going back and describing the specific use of each of that entire amount. And that includes, if I can just read Dirk's comments here, 50% for tourism marketing, and then in general, 50% for tourism marketing, 20% for transportation and transit services, equipment and facilities, 10% for arts, cultural events, and 20% for any of the above purposes or other purposes related to the impacts of tourism as council may determine. So that was our tourism impact fund that was discussed. And but the relevant point here is, number one, this is applicable to the entire 5%. An option would be to just deal with the 3%, knowing and specify use for the 3% increase, and then leave the existing 2% tax, which has no sunset, by the way, for consideration and use of that described in a memorandum of understanding for future councils to have some amount of flexibility. And that's a question of perhaps our city attorney as to how much flexibility that might allow for a very, but so that's really the issues at hand, I believe, right now, that we still have possibility of considering. I think certainly I give Dirk credit for capturing our thoughts from that meeting, but that's my thoughts of further consideration if council were to entertain it.
Yeah, and I might chime in that if you leave the 2%, the current purposes in the ordinance for the existing 2% are very broad and they're not earmarked. So the reason that I drafted it, and Dee and I drafted it this way, was based on my understanding that council wanted to earmark at least certain percentages for certain of these uses, while retaining some flexibility that's not quite as broad as the existing language. So I hope that helps explain why it was done that way.
Barbara?
Yeah, thank you, Dean. And thank you for that clarification. Again, maybe it's been a long night and I just wasn't quite there with what we had all agreed as far as public. So I'm delighted that the public stayed with us. Dirk, I also wanted to point out, because we saw that note about a memo, but we wouldn't be able to do any memo concurrently because we have to know if the tax would pass or not. So it's not as if this is something that it's either clarify the existing all in one, or you have to wait to see how the tax determines, and then that's a discussion down the road. So
well, I think the ballot language, if you want to retain flexibility with the existing 2%, depending on what you want to do, arguably the ballot language may need to reflect that so that it alters the current ballot language or the previous ballot language for the current 2%. Because when that question was approved, it allowed for a fairly wide latitude of uses, which I can read those if you want me to. But again, there's no breakdown or earmarking of any of that.
Great, thanks. Any other councilors? I can tell when Chris wants to say something just without the raised hand function somehow. Chris, did you have a comment?
I will. I'll just mention what I said the last time we talked about it in a different setting. Maybe there's different people here, but my preference is, and I think the interest group's preference seems to be communicated to us, that we stay focused on the 3%. The reasons I would give for that are, I think it's going to be interesting to pass this tax at a time like this. No matter how you phrase your question, still a tax. And there's a lot of people in our community that are going through a lot of stuff right now. and they're going to see that. And we all kind of understand that many people would look at that as something they may not have to pay, but many others are just going to look at it as a tax. And so the higher the number you put on that tax increase, the more they're going to consider that. I think the more confusing you make it and the more details therein, it's going to be harder to pass. I don't think anything I just said is irrelevant to the factual history of putting these kinds of ballot initiatives together. And so I'll just echo what I said the other night. We've had 3 fairly disparate groups come together, work together, make a lot of concessions with each other to support the increased tax that one of those groups has to collect. And I think we would be wise to take the softball that they've been throwing us and hit it instead of trying to reorganize the entire process at the 11th hour of the process. These folks have put a lot more work, a lot more study, a lot more effort. They understand the market impacts of this tax, I think, better than anybody that's going to vote on it. And so my recommendation goes back to what I said the other night, is to listen to those folks, focus on the 3%, and make it simple. That's where I would love to have this go. I was in the minority the other night, but we'll see where we go from here.
Thank you, Chris. Any other counselors or Mayor Pro Tem? Thanks.
So I think it's interesting that both our council and our city attorney suggest that we talk about it in an increase of from 2 to 5%, and or in the same ballot, what to do with 3% and what to do with 2%. I think to make it clear. And I'm also concerned about if we separate the two, that then the big picture of where the dollars are going and what's getting supported won't be achieved, because I don't have a lot of confidence in the memorandum of understanding concept. The group has constantly said that they don't believe that the 2% should go for as much transportation as we need to support this industry, that it should only go for transportation from the airport. That was the original gist of it. So I see another negotiation and another huge conversations going on to create that memorandum of understanding. And I'm not actually certain who we do the memorandum with in the first place. I don't know what the other legal entity is that's right, responsible for this tax. So I'm concerned about that. I think it's much more open and transparent to say, here's the total tax that we'd like to charge, and here's how we'd like to spend it. So for me, that's more open and transparent. And I think that your resolution, Dirk, was very simple. I mean, it was very clear how it would be allocated, and it wasn't confusing at all. So I applaud both you and Dee for that clarity. I also, as you know, really support funding transportation out of this tax. And I think that we need to make sure that we're doing it. You know, one of the comments that was made about not funding housing out of this tax was that there wasn't enough money to do so, and that we'd have to draw from other sources. Well, I'm concerned that we'll end up with transit not getting enough funding, that we'll end up with less than it takes, less than we've actually done in previous years. So that's why I think it's really important for us to allocate things percentage-wise, so that there's no question, there's no arguments. And then having our tourism fund additional bit there allows us to go back and fund more for marketing if there's a need for it, to go back and fund more for the cultural if there's a need for it, to fund transit if there's a need for it, or to fund other things that tourism impacts. And in a lot of ways, I think this is an ideal situation. So.
I'd like to say that, first of all, Dirk, thank you. I think you accurately prepared something based on the consensus support. I also, to those that have waited so long, I'd like to say I do believe this is a good faith effort to clarify what's been a undocumented way of how the original 2% is to be used. And I also think that Right now, we wouldn't be able to reach any memorandum of understanding till after an election because we wouldn't know what that meant. So I think this is a transparent way and a good faith effort to put this down. I do have concerns about that we sufficiently fund transportation. You know, right now this year in 2021, we are transferring less into transportation from the lodger's tax. That's because we've been successful in receiving CARES and additional funding. But in 2022, we're going to have to go back to that original amount back in 2019 or 2018, if not more. And that doesn't even begin to address the connectivity of our community. If we have workforce housing, we need to make certain we have transport to them as well. And also with it increasing in tourism, how are we going to be able to address working to get tourists to use mass transit? Just saying it doesn't work isn't an option for me, and we have to really find a solution. So I see that. I also think the tourism benefit fund, as someone recommended it be called or suggested, is important to what Councilor Baxter said. It could support amenities. It could support essential services. Another thing that it could be used for, in my mind, under the other impacts of tourism, could be a public safety effort. We have no understanding of the full costs of tourism. We recognize it's important to our community, and I want to be supportive of that. So for me, I support what's come together. I am concerned that we address core support, and that's how I think the transportation allocation and the tourism benefit fund does. It also provides new funding to a cultural fund that has not yet been defined, and I'll recognize that that's probably more money than we as a council have allocated to all other nonprofits in this community. So I think it's a good start. And I'd like to just thank Dirk for putting together what I thought was a good and clear explanation of how these tax dollars would be used.
Perfect. Melissa, I don't know if you had further comments or not. I didn't want to exclude you from this conversation. We can continue after the public hearing, or you can if you have thoughts to share now, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate also staff's efforts on this, and I appreciate the efforts of the community. I think this is a really critical time for, like Councilor Bettine said, getting a tax passed. So to me, I was really hoping that we could be very clear and very simple as possible. I think that's going to be key for success for all of us. I have a couple concerns with what has been outlined by Dirk. I really would like to see this passed for the benefit of everybody, and I think we're getting really close. But I think that what's presented here is just a little too far off for people to get behind and support. And so I'm concerned that if with these percentages as outlined in the ordinance by Dirk. I do agree that it's better. I'm comfortable with with allocating it at 5%. I think it's clear. I think it's transparent. I don't think it doesn't leave any questions on the table. So I'm fine with going and looking just at the new 5% tax. But I think that we're off slightly in the percentages. I'd like to see us try to get closer to 60% for tourism marketing. I think that probably is going to be the base that they're going to be willing to go to. I'd like to see us get to 15% for arts and cultural events. I want to reiterate on the arts and cultural events that it's not just that we're funding nonprofits. It's that the Durango Creative District that we have created has the ability to bring in millions of dollars to our community over time. Millions, more than really truly any other funding source that we currently have access to. And we've seen it happen in other communities near us, and we're trying to tap into that, but they need the resources to do that. And it also supports some of the other quality of life amenities. Like I have spoken with council before, I consider the arts and cultural amenities, to me, they're quality of life amenities. They're like, you have your parks and rec amenities potentially by day. To me, the parks and rec, or the arts and cultural amenities provide a different value add to me for the entire community, for residents who live here. And really important aspect of our community. And I think it helps us diversify our economy, spread out the seasonality of our economy, all those things that we were trying to achieve. I'm in support of that. So just to reiterate, I'm in favor of the 5%. It's clear, it's concise, and it doesn't leave any questions on the table. I would like to see 60% for tourism. I'd like to see 15% for the arts and culture, and I'd like to see the remaining 35% go to the city of Durango, however it is that we piece it out. And I think that could be either one tourism benefit fund, or it can be split between a transportation and tourism benefit.
That's only 25%, Melissa, not 35, sorry.
Yeah. So it'd be 10.
Okay, correct. You're right, Kim. You're right. So 25% to the city. Now, if so, at 5%, the way I was looking at it, I was looking at this original that we got from the proposed lodgers tax increase. It's clear and it's simple. Can you guys see that? We all received that. And they were saying that they would support 3.25% to sustainable tourism marketing, 1% to the tourism benefit fund. I just am calling it right now for clarity's sake, City of Durango. We will determine how that gets split up, and 0.5% for arts and culture. I don't think that's going to work either. They presented that. I don't think that's going to work. So I am suggesting bringing them down to 3, bringing us up to 1.25, leaving arts and culture at 0.75. And then my final suggestion, and I'm just going to put it all on the table right now, is if that is not enough for the city of Durango to divide between transportation and the tourism benefit fund, then I say that we go back and we say we have to have 3.5% increase. And that additional 0.5 goes to the city of Durango, in which case it would be 3% to the sustainable tourism marketing, 1.75 to the city of Durango, potentially 1% to transportation, and 0.75% to tourism benefit fund, and 0.75% to the arts and culture fund. That gets us to a 5.5% increase, and it keeps everyone potentially engaged in this effort. We're not excluding anybody, and that's my goal here, is to not, for us as a council, to put something on a ballot that people aren't going to support. It doesn't seem to me to do any good, and that's where I've kind of arrived at this solution in my mind.
Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, I really, it's getting to be 10 o'clock. I think it's really important to hear. It is advertised as a public hearing. I feel compelled to open a public hearing, and I really think we should refrain our comments now to, we've all weighed in until we hear from these folks that have been waiting all night. So with that. Yeah,
Dean, may I do ask though, first of all, Melissa, I think it's an interesting, and I'd have a counter offer, but that's different. I think it's important though that Melissa offered increasing the tax by 0.5%. And so as part of this public comment, I would very much like to hear a sense of that. And I would also like to offer that there are other ways to suggest that, to still get marketing to 3% and other ways. So I'll come back at the end with a proposed counter after hearing from everyone else. But I think it's important that she laid on the table the option.
Right. And just to clarify, instead of us going back and forth tonight, because we can also do that some more later. I just wanted to throw it out there because I'm just wanting to get mine out there too, and then hear from the people, and we can also talk about this more in February.
Thanks so much.
Well, actually, I do think the timeline is important. Dirk needs to, by his schedule, we need to hear input. And so I want to get this clear before it's too late. We need to hear input. Dirk, do you also anticipate, based on that input and any discussion yet tonight, a special meeting to discuss this prior to the February 2nd meeting?
I think that depends on how clear a direction and how cohesive a consensus you can arrive at tonight. I think that if you want to take public input and then think about it, it very well may be that you want to set some time aside between now and the 2nd to have another meeting to discuss it further among you. So again, the schedule calls for final approval on the 2nd. There's a little leeway there, a day or two is at the most. However, it's cutting it pretty close. So hope that answered your question.
I think if we determine it's necessary, that's an avenue we can pursue, most definitely. And public should know that going into this conversation. So with that, yeah, we've got a resolution before us that we'll get response to. We have Councilor Youssef's discussion of if we can't meet everybody's individual needs, we have the option of asking for a 3.5% increase instead of the 3% existing proposed. And my history supports that notion as well. So with that, I'd like to open the public hearing, and noting that we will not be making any decisions this evening, but simply embracing the conversation. So with that, 3 minutes per each. And Mitchell, do we have members of the public that, and if so, if we can kind of monitor how many raised hands so we know how far into the evening we're going to be talking about this. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. So far we have 3 raised hands. The first one, Rachel, you have been invited to speak. Please give us your full name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Rachel Brown. I live at 151 True Creek Drive in Durango. Good evening, Mayor Brookie and councilors. I believe there are just 3 of us from our task force who are hoping to speak with you all this evening. And we've prepared statements of under 3 minutes each, so we'll try and keep this relatively quick. Thank you for carving time out of tonight's busy agenda for our stakeholder group to share. As you know, I'm Executive Director of Visit Durango, aka DADO, and I have been involved for over a year in all of the groups represented in our task force, including DALA, the Durango Creative District Board of Directors, and the steering committee for the Durango Convention Center project. Our task force took your direction that our groups need to come together with assistance from city staff and council to find a consensus the group could agree on. There were many points over this last year where I feared a middle ground may be impossible to reach, but I am very excited to say that we have arrived at a unanimous agreement. And thank you for those of you who've recognized the dedication and hard work that our group has put into this. We have heard the representative voices and feedback from your constituency. As you have seen from Visit Durango's strategic plan, all our long-term goals focus on sustainability and economic recovery. These goals were intentionally created to align with City Council's goals. Visit Durango is no longer just focusing on marketing. Our organization prioritizes managing our city for a better visitor and resident experience. This is one of the reasons we have suggested in our one-pager, which I emailed over to council yesterday and Melissa held up earlier, referring to marketing as sustainable tourism marketing in the new ballot language. If the lodgers tax is increased by 3%, I hope that Visit Durango will be the beneficiary of at least 3.25% of the total 5% lodgers tax. Or as the proposed ballot language reads in Dirk's draft, 65% of the total. At this level, we will still be under the average ratio that a tourism organization receives from a lodger's tax. This increase will also leave us slightly under our goal budget range, but will put us in a much better position to rival our competitive destinations. By keeping Visit Durango At a competitive budget level, we will bounce back from the hardships our business community has experienced in this pandemic. Tourism to our community has a wave of economic impact that affects almost every business sector represented in Durango. By competitively funding tourism, you ensure prosperity for lodgers, restaurants, arts venues, retail businesses, agricultural tourism, higher education, and many others. We support economic diversification, coexisting with a prospering tourism economy. I believe it is not one or the other, it is both. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. That was very, very well put, and thank you for that. Clearly, there's the difference between the 50% stipulated in our current resolution versus the 65% that the group would like to have is an issue. So we will have that for a topic of discussion momentarily. The next person, please.
Yes, Mayor. The next person on the list is Bill. I'm getting them pop up here. Hold on a second. Bill is using an older version of Zoom, and the only way Bill is going to be able to speak is if I promote him to a panelist. So, perfect. Bill, please unmute yourself. Give us your first and last name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Bill Carver, 34 Perrins Vista Drive in Durango. Yeah, as you know, I've been a business owner downtown Durango for the past 35 years and a donor and past board member to a lot of the nonprofits. So I've been in this arena quite a bit of my career, and I'm a founding board member of the Durango Creative District. Over the past years, the city has asked the cultural nonprofits to present a group ask rather than individual annual requests. Between this request from previous councils and the plan outlined in the 2017 City Comp Plan, our citizen group established and certified the Durango Creative District. The DCD has written a draft cultural plan that outlines both the near-term and aspirational goals. With continued stakeholder input and sustainable funding, this vision can come into fruition. The task force has recommended 15% of the total lodgers tax to arts and culture. Post-COVID, this is about $415,000 annually. This is our group ask, and it's a big group. Keep in mind that this funding would be divided among the public art program, the DCD grant writing operations, which Melissa mentioned that can be very fruitful, going after some very large grants, along with the majority of the funds to the dozens of nonprofit cultural organizations and events that the DC represents as an umbrella organization. Once distributed, the grants would be less than 5% of the annual budgets of our large nonprofits. Due to the large number of organizations, even at 15% of the lodgers tax, the public funding ends up being very modest, but absolutely critical. Economic impact studies of Colorado Creative District show public funding results in multipliers of 33 to 42 times in the economic activity. Not only would a 15% funding level be an investment in our local economy, but also an enhancement of our residents' quality of life. We very much look forward to our partnership with Visit Durango by providing the content for the visitors and also the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Nicely put. And can we have our third speaker, please?
The last person on the list is Chris. Chris, I have invited you to speak. If you can unmute yourself, give us your full name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Chris Vivolo. I reside at 10142 County Road 250. Thank you, Mayor Brookie and council for allowing me to speak to this issue. I'm a member of DALA and the owner of the Hampton Inn and a Durango resident of over 39 years. As part of the Lodgers Tax Task Force, We are here tonight asking for your support for our unified recommendation to council submit a ballot question to registered voters April 6, 2001 to increase the total lodger's tax to 5%. I'm sure it will come to as no surprise that the organizations that make up the task force feel that they could be even more successful with a larger dispersion. However, we believe this current breakdown is a strong step to help rebuild the current Durango economy and hopefully sustain it in the future. While we have made 2 attempts in the past to increase the lodger's tax, one in 1990 to support a convention center and a general increase in 2007, there was not unified support with all related parties, so the increase was not pursued. The good news is that as a result of working on a potential increase, the bid was formed, and that has been a very good for our community. While the initial lodger's tax was voted on and passed by the community, Durango was viewed as being on the leading edge both statewide and regionally. Durango successfully demonstrated how effective this investment in tourism could be to a local economy. Now, we as hoteliers are faced with unique business challenges: an increase in overall hotel rooms in town, lower pricing due to internet, social media, vacation home rentals, OTAs, redemption of points and miles, and to top it off, a pandemic, which as many of us have had to take out loans to keep operating. And one of these issues alone is difficult, but together they continue to have a major effect on our business. Although Durango has worked hard and continue to be successful without an increase, in the meantime, our neighbors are now actively promoting their own communities, creating very competitive marketplace. Please keep in mind that we are desperately hoping for a quick recovery. However, getting business back to 2019 levels will take several years, so we need your help now. Thank you for your leadership in supporting our events and to rebuild and sustain the Durango economy with the help of tourism.
Thank you, Chris. Much appreciated, and acknowledge the email that you sent to us as well this afternoon. I appreciate that very much.
Mayor, we have 2 additional people who have raised their hand.
Absolutely. Thank you.
The first one is a call in via telephone ending in 2752. I have invited you to speak. Give us your full name and address for the record. *6 to unmute.
My name is Sweetie Marbury, and I live at 2256 West 2nd Avenue. I'd like to tell you about the City Council in 2012. We also considered a lodger's tax, and it was to my sadness that that council did not put it on the ballot. We listened to nonprofits from Durango Arts Center to Music in the Mountains. I thoroughly support a lodger's tax, and I'm going to tell you why. Because in 2012, I asked everyone I knew, would you vote for it? And everyone without question said, yes, it won't be on my back. And they didn't even ask where it was going to go. So I support the marketing of Durango. I certainly support the transportation, because I would love to see trolleys go to the different hotels and pick up people, much like happens in other towns. And that means that they would leave their cars at home, and that would make everyone a lot happier. It's often been said we don't have enough money in our transportation to send the trolley to the hotels. This, I think, would help that situation. Also, supporting events. And we've always been lower than everyone else. Gunnison even had a higher lodger's tax. When I go somewhere, when you go somewhere, we don't ask, what is the percentage of the resort fee? We just ask, what is the room rate? And that's what we pay. And then when the bill comes, we pay all the extra fees, much like you do when you rent a car anywhere. So this is a great idea. I'm so happy to see this happen. I support it, and I know that the funds will be used wisely by the marketing department, by transportation, by events, and by the city of Durango. Let's get it done. And don't overthink it so much. I believe that people will vote for this. I tried it in 2012 and I couldn't get it done. So let's get it done now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, former Mayor Marbury. I appreciate it, and thanks for that perspective. Other folks in our waiting room, Mitchell?
Yes, Mayor, we have one more. I really hope that I'm not butchering this name, but Jaren, I have invited you to speak. Please unmute yourself, give us your full name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Jeroen Van Tine. I live at 345 County Road 250, and I'm a member of the DCD Board of Directors, and I'm also the Executive Director of Stillwater Music, also known as Stillwater Foundation. I just wanted to point out that not only is this a combined ask between, lodgers folks and the arts and culture folks, but, we make kind of strange bedfellows if you kind of step back and look at it, which means that the fact that we've worked so hard over more than a year and negotiated this and come to a combined ask, I think is remarkable. And I think that's really worth taking notice of. Frankly, the lodgers have reduced their ask by a little bit, and so has the cultural district. The DCD, we were going for 1%, we're down to 0.75%. If we go with what Councilmember Youssef talked about. I also wanted to point out that the funding for arts and culture in Durango is at the bottom of the stack if you compare us against any cities, all cities across Colorado. And our ask of getting 0.75% of the total 5% would put us just below the average of comparable cities. So we're really not asking for a whole lot. Other people have talked about the economic multiplier stuff. The last thing that I wanted to say, is that the suggestion was made possibly of going to 3.5%. And I know that our combined ask didn't do that, but even if you did do that, the total guest tax would still be under the average for Colorado, what people pay as guests in Colorado. Thanks very much. That's my comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Van Tine. I appreciate that perspective as well. So with that, Mitchell, or any other folks?
No one else has raised their hand.
All right. Well, in that case, I'd like to close the public hearing on this topic and engage in further discussion. And as to whether we are in any kind of consensus at this point. We've heard those comments. We've talked about our comments. There was a concept that we could meet everybody's needs if we simply bumped it to 3.5% increase, resulting in a 5.5% overall tax. So anyway, any thoughts on that relative to all of our previous discussions and bring this to consensus? I'm also looking at the spreadsheet that you prepared earlier, Kim. And
yeah, and I found an error in the bottom thing where it says almost 2 times 2021. It's actually almost 2.5 times 21 proposed. So, and that's, thank you, Dean, for mentioning that, because that's actually what I wanted to speak to, is that the current, so 3% of the 5%, so of the total, so 3% tax going to marketing would increase their budget by almost 2.5 times. That's an incredible increase. I'm not certain that I can support that. Even 2.5% is a 2 times increase over 2021's proposed budget. And I'm heavily challenged by that. But I will say that if in twice your budget you can't achieve the goals of increasing our tourism and spreading it out over the shoulder seasons and doing it as a year-round basis, then I'm not certain how much money it's going to take. And so I'm really concerned about that. But on the flip side, if you do a really good job, your budget's going to increase automatically, because the more lodgers that are here, the more lodgers tax going to be paid. So if you actually do your job, your budget will increase anyway. And if you increase the number of tourists by 30% who stay in the hotels and pay lodgers tax, then your budget goes up by 30%. So I have to look at this as a business plan. And so I think that anytime you increase someone's funding by double or more, by double, that should be sufficient for them to achieve their goals. So I'm considering that it's been about this year it's going to be $630,000 that we have proposed. So that's one aspect that I have about it. The other one is I truly, truly appreciate the hotel industry's challenge in this time of COVID, and also before COVID when we were starting to build more and more hotel rooms. And I know I've said this before, I don't understand why the big corporate hotels have come in and decided to do this. It doesn't really make sense to me. And I appreciate the pressure that this puts on our local hoteliers. And I spent almost 20 years in the hotel business, so I do understand. But also, what you're asking us to fund is a business model. And I'm not certain how we can say to the sporting goods stores who didn't get people, or the ski resort for that matter, who didn't have tourists this year, yes, we will fund your budget. You know, we'll figure out a way to fund your business model. So I'm a little concerned about that. I support increasing the tax. I support a 2.5 is hard for me, but I'll go with 2.5. I support that. I just can't see any more than twice your budget in 1 year. I think you have the opportunity to increase it by doing a good job. So.
Going around.
I have my finger up. I don't know if you can see me. Are you following us that order, or are you just calling on hands raised?
I think you had your finger up first. Go right ahead.
Well, thank you. So a couple of things. I think it's really clear, because I've heard comments, that there is no obligation to any entity. You're asking the city to make a decision to support this, and then the city also has to implement the allocation of that. So when you name an entity I think it was obligated to send money to the DCD or to anything, that has to be very clear. There's, potential to support, but it's also based on outcome and deliverables. I also want to add that I think it's great, the partnership that's been created, but I also want to say the city is a partner in this business as well, because there are things that we have to address: transportation and unintended or unknown consequences of tourism, and always making certain that we have the essential services, whether that's police, fire, 911, streets, sidewalks, to take care of this. The final point I want to make is that this is in perpetuity. You're asking us to make a decision and we are trying to do that, and set a parameters and percentages around that, and that will go on without a sunset. So what I'd like to say is I'm comfortable. I finally want to add that Councilor Bettine talked about the climate right now, and I have said this before in the sense of a tax is a tax. And I also want to say that I am deeply concerned that people are hurting. They do not necessarily. We're looking at forgiving utilities for businesses and individuals, and while I support the arts, I also want to make certain if we go forward with something, it has the best chance of being passed. And I don't think this is the only opportunity for the arts. So I'm concerned on the perception. And I also feel as though a 2.5% for tourism, 1% for the transportation, 0.5% for arts and culture, and 1% for the tourism benefit fee is reasonable. If the hoteliers, and I really look to them, if they felt that they needed more, you have the option of coming back with an allocation between arts and your own group. But I also think that you have to understand that the concern the city has with making certain that we anticipate transportation needs and other needs, because we need the flexibility because of the forever nature of the tax you're requesting. And I also want to emphasize that I would love to get to a positive on this because I understand the importance of it. I'm just not convinced that we've made the strong. I want to make certain we make the strongest case to the public, and I think that going in with a lower amount, as we've done, as Councilor Baxter said, with the 1% in the impact, the benefit fund, that would allow more money for marketing. It would allow more money for the arts. It would allow more money for transportation or other items, and it would allow future councils the flexibility to respond to those needs and opportunities. Thank you.
Chris. Councilor Bettine.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly mention a couple things, and one is that I'm going to give up on my idea of just focusing on a 3%. Obviously, I'm way outnumbered on that one, so conceded. And then two, I recognize that this is a big increase in marketing as it pertains to the history here, but I would just counter that, this is an effort that's been in play for all the time that I've been associated with this town, and it's never gotten passed. It's tough to pass these things. And so they're just asking in all these capacities, all the things that we're going to whittle this down to compete with other communities like us. And so to characterize it as it's double or this or that is not relevant in my view to the situation that we're in, which is that we have been behind the curve on these opportunities in comparison to our competitive set for this very critical part of our economic future. And so I agree that it has to be tempered in terms of where does it get placed, and should it be a high quality tourist, and should they go into shoulder seasonality to produce the kind of economic impacts that provide stable jobs and stable economies in those times of year? Yes, but they need this money to be able to achieve that. That's what they're asking for. So I think we kind of all, in some regard, agree on that. It's all going to come down to the numbers. I'll be interested to see that we can get there, but I don't want us to mischaracterize that this is some big grab. It's really trying to catch up.
Okay, so I think these are really good conversations. I think we're doing good work, hard work. Couple comments that I really appreciated is former Mayor Marbury saying, just get this done. We're getting close. Let's get this done. I agree with that. And I still want to try to keep everybody on board. I especially would love to see us united as a council if there was any way. I think that would speak volumes to the community. So I'm trying to figure out that level where we could all five of us unite if at all possible and keep the organizations that have worked so hard on this for so long with us. And so let me throw out one more potential option for consideration. I still think that sustainable tourism marketing, I'm reticent myself to go below 3. And then I'd like if we call it the tourism benefit fund, just for argument's sake, let's just call it that. I would call that 1.5, and arts and culture at 0.75 for a total of 5.25. So I'm just trying to figure out, maybe not quite 5.5, but that gives us a little bit more to the city. I would not be opposed to designating an entire 1% of that 1.5 of the cities to transportation, because I think transportation is so vitally important for all of the initiatives we're trying to support. But I think that's getting really close. I'll just throw that on the table.
I can support that. I wanted to go above that 5 horizon anyways. And if the conceding the marketing at a little lower than what they're asking for, it gets that done with more to transit, and you all get your additional impact fee as the leftover. that would be my concession. I could support what you said.
Thanks, Chris. If I might weigh in just a second, I too would support, I think we're really close to getting everybody what they want, but it does not fit into this 5% balloon. I think it's in reality a 5.5% balloon. What that means, every 0.5% would yield another $250,000, a little bit more, but call it $250,000. So if we took that additional 0.5% to a total of 5.5% total tax, lodger's tax, that would give the marketing effort an additional $250,000 on top of what Dirk's current proposal would propose in real numbers of that 50% for marketing would yield about $1.287 in today's terms. And so add 250,000 onto that, and we're at about 1.5 million. And what they were demanding at 65% of the total take was 1.6 million. So, that gets us very close to making DALA whole. It leaves everything else in place, and great. And there's a single ask of the taxpayers. I think it's, I don't see that much more incremental difficulty selling a 5.5 total tax than a 5% total tax. And I hope that the group might consider that in the next week, so that we can maybe bring that kind of a concept. We can deliberate it between ourselves, either in 2 weeks at the final meeting or in a special meeting, depending on the reaction we might receive from the DALA group. So I wish you might consider that. Some minor tweaks on the city side would be, I'd like to think about maybe balancing that cultural fund with the impact fund. Currently, Dirk has slated 10% for culture and 20% for the tourism impact fund. I personally would consider 15% for culture and 15% for tourism, so that that puts them above the 200 and more in the $300,000 category for a more sustained impact. It's been mentioned by council this evening that that's more money spent directly on the arts than or on the cultural than all the money we award to United Way to distribute to nonprofits. But I might suggest that there's some overlap of those same folks that no longer would have to go to United Way to ask for a grant, because they are directly funded through DCD in this methodology. By giving DCD money, which is our own organization, I think that we could reduce the need not reduce the need, but continue to fund United Way in the manner that we have, but reduce the number of requests that they have to encounter by fully funding cultural. So that's my, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I'd like to entertain the idea of a 5.5%, putting all that additional 5%, half percent increase to marketing.
So it's hard, Dee, because you're using a different metric. Sorry, Kim.
That's okay. I think you and Melissa have great ideas. So the 50% and the 75.75 of a sales tax. So 0.75 of a sales tax is 15%, just so you know. It's on that sheet I sent out. But I think, Dean, we need to be really, really careful about talking about, as Councilor Noseworthy said, giving money to DCD, because just as with our other dedicated sales taxes, and with the case with the current one we have for lodgers tax, we either have advisory boards and commissions that help with that, or we have a contract with a specific entity to do so. But it's not in the language of the ballot, because specifically probably because if that entity goes away or what have you, then they're or they're not going to work here anymore. They're going to go work for Bayfield, maybe. I mean, who knows, right? So I think we have to be really, really careful about that. It's to the cultural concept rather than the specific group.
Yeah, that's another discussion. Our relationship with these entities, I think, needs to be better solidified and more permanent, in my own opinion, so that they do can be the recipient of longer-term dedicated funding. Would be my thought. Yes, Barbara?
Thank you. I'd like to suggest that I'm trying to stay within the 5%. While I would love to go higher, I'm trying to honor what has been brought to the table. And also, again, I'm going to keep saying this is in perpetuity. I really want to see 1% for transportation dedicated. And I really want to see 0.75% for a tourism benefit fund that allows council flexibility to respond to opportunities. The two parties could come back and talk about what they're willing to come back with that within that framework. I feel it's my responsibility as a counselor to ensure that we have the funding for things that I think need to be addressed through this, where tourism will have a benefit and we can make improvements. So I'm willing to stay within 5. I'd like to see 1 for transportation, 0.75 at a minimum for a benefit fund. And DALA and the arts group can work out what that division looks like. Or they can come back with an increase.
Okay, we're close. We're very close. I personally.
Melissa, you froze there for a minute. At least
yeah, we lost you, Melissa.
Yeah, you're still frozen.
While she's getting unfrozen, Melissa, you're frozen. But while she's getting unfrozen, Barbara, I might ask you what in your proposal of maintaining 5.0 total tax, what you allocated for marketing.
I didn't. I asked that 1.75. I asked that 1.75, so 1.1% for transportation, 0.75% for the tourism benefit fund, which could benefit marketing, could benefit arts, could benefit whatever comes up, but it's the flexibility. So I asked that 1.75 be dedicated for that, and DALA and the arts could determine how their numbers change within that.
Am I back now?
You are back, Melissa. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification, Barbara. Yeah.
I would suggest, Barbara, I would like to go to 1.75 for the city too, if we could. It would be nice. I'd love 1% to transportation. I do think the best way that we get there and we keep everybody on board with that is to go to 5.5. But, and that's why I was trying to figure out that balance. How do we all stay together and keep them with us? What is the best way to go? And so I'm trying to balance it. I would like 1.75 for the city. I totally agree with you. I would like 1% for transportation. I think it's so critically important for all of the, Councillor Baxter talks about building infrastructure to various locations so we can get housing, and we need transportation to it ultimately. We just have to, it's such a key thing. All of these things that we're talking about are so necessary, but I'd like to see us I think we're really close. If we could come somewhere within this balance of, we'd love to see the city at around 1.5 to 1.75. We'd love to see it around 5.25, maybe 5.5, and then people can figure it out. I think we're getting relatively close. This is where I'm just trying to wiggle.
Melissa, thank you. May I suggest that I'd like to see the city at 2%.
Can I speak? You've had a couple of times. Jump in and respond.
Let's let Chris go. We can all speak.
I didn't see your hand, Chris. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Hang on, everybody, just 1 second. Chris had his hand up for quite a while, so let's hear from him.
I think we're going to have to come to some kind of agreement, and I'm trying to get there too. And I just would reiterate, I can support what Melissa just laid out. At my top end is that 5.25. I do think we need to listen to these groups and hear them say that that they start to bail off of the bandwagon after that we cross that horizon. So if you go much higher than that, I really don't want them to fight this. And we're really close. So I agree with the 0.75 to to the arts and culture and 1.5 to the city, and the bulk of the rest of it to the tourism groups. I think that's what I can support. And if we can get somewhere in the neighborhood of close, let's move on with this conversation instead of keep restating our positions.
Could I ask that I don't think we're going to reach a decision tonight, and you said, Dean, that we wouldn't. We have on the table something like staying within the 5% and looking at 5.25%. We have on the table expressed desire that started with 2% for the city for things to be taken care of. I came back with 1.75. It's coming at different levels. I'd like to hear from Dala. I'd like the hoteliers to come back to think about this, because ultimately this is their ask, and the arts is an additional add-on, and I'd like them to discuss where they're at with it and come back to us. And if we need a special session, I'm happy to do that. They've heard our thinking. They understand the importance of transportation and other issues to us, but I don't think we're going to solve it tonight. And I'd be welcome to have some time to hear from them on the two options, increasing it or holding the line that they had suggested.
Very good. Yeah, exactly. And I think there's enough information for them to respond to us with the potential of an increase to either 5.25 or 5.5. We have varying levels of support for 5.25 or 5.5. In my mind, it's a nebulous ask to the taxpayer that is why not? I want to get Dala their marketing budget, and I want to, I think we have accounted for needs that the city has, and I think all that would be supported by the public ultimately. So I wish that the Dala folks would respond to us with thoughts on that, those two options. And our goal here is to get you close to the requested ask of 65% of the total tax being dedicated to marketing. So with that in mind, I don't know if there's any further discussion we can provide for their response. Knowing that we have three members with us this evening, I think it's not fair to pin it on those three, but to take it back to their respective boards and respond so that we can either give that to Dirk for revision of the current resolution, or if it's not definitive enough, that it requires a special session for us to continue to wordsmith the final percentages to put on the ballot and vote on it in 2 weeks.
I think we're close, but I don't think we're there. So I wouldn't be comfortable taking this conversation and making an ordinance out of it personally.
No, but I think there's plenty there for response. I have closed the public hearing, so it's not really fair to engage those folks again. But I appreciate them being here with us tonight and hearing this, and therefore being part of our discussion, and await that response. And if there's no further, Dirk, is there anything more that you can suggest to? We haven't given you any further instructions, so no.
I've taken lots of notes, but I think that I don't have any guidance on changing a draft.
Right.
I think it's probably safe to say that we are going to need council to be able to reach a consensus, say next Tuesday or sometime next week. So do you want to wait instead of, another session to see what comes back? Because if we're drafting on the 2nd, that will be very difficult to do. So it seems to me that we might need another session. And I don't know what the study session agenda looks like next Tuesday, but if we could set some time, it seems to be
we should either count on encroaching into the study session or or a special session, depending on what we get back, will determine how much time we might need. If we're all in agreement, I don't think that takes anything other that can't be accomplished in a study session at the end of the session. If there's still significant discussion, I think it demands a special session that could be maybe not Tuesday, but Thursday or Friday of that week prior to allow you to have that ordinance ready and prepared for us in 2 weeks. Regular city council meeting 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, it sounds like there's probably not any major redrafting. It's just a question of settling on the numbers, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thanks for your work with Dee to get it to this point too, and get the language, all the superfluous language and legalities focused, so that it brings us that much closer to an ordinance that we can actually have on the ballot. Chris, you're on mute, I think.
I know. Hold on. Hey, I just wanted to say, Dirk, my notes are showing that you've got 3 counselors that are within 0.25% of each other. And so I think there's enough information there to redo the draft, and the other counselors are really close. So it's definitely not 50% going to market anymore. So that draft can certainly be redone in my view. The only difference is that the total is 5.5% or 5.25%. That's the only thing we're even arguing about right now among 3 of us.
Well, I don't think that since there isn't a number, how can you put a number in the draft? So we need to have I think we need to have a meeting so that Dirk gets clear direction.
Well, and I actually liked Councillor Noseworthy's suggestion that we actually somehow hear from them again. I thought it's a good idea. If there's a way that we could potentially maybe make next Tuesday's study session also into a meeting such that we can bring them in, or we could somehow hear from them. And maybe could I suggest we add on an hour to the study section, even an hour and a half, listen to the stakeholders for a half an hour, and then we work through it again for another hour, because I think it would be a good use of time.
Well, I think, Melissa, to your point, I think we have asked, implicit in this meeting is their response. And so I think to Chris's point, yes, the 3 of us are in relative agreement, but we haven't heard from them. So as to whether they would buy into that picture. So I think that's what I'm personally waiting for. And I think we've allowed them an opportunity for a quick response to poll their constituents and get back with us. And I don't think it's a long discussion, but if we don't expand the picture, then it's a matter of who gets cut. And I don't think that's a direction that any of us want to put on the ballot if it doesn't meet the city's needs as well. So they need to want to put it on the ballot. We need to want to put it on the ballot, and that's what we will discuss in 1 week. So, all righty. Well, we'll look forward to their response. That can be addressed to council. Just send us an email, and we will take it from there. Further discussion? I think we move on. Let me find out what we're doing next here, which is agenda item 11.2. Discussion and possible action regarding the petition received by council referencing U.S. Representative Boebert. This is a petition that has known to be circulating for a few days since the siege on the Capitol. And I think our purpose in putting this on the agenda was to decide what action, if any, is appropriate. But so I thought I'd just very quickly read the petition as it has been received by council, and then see what action we feel might be appropriate, if any, to in response to this petition. So this is from condemn Representative Lauren Boebert's actions. Dear City Councilors, We, the undersigned citizens of Durango, Colorado, respectfully request that the Durango City Council formally condemn Representative Lauren Boebert for her support on January 6, 2021 of domestic terrorists engaged in an attempted revolution against our democracy. Boebert has repeatedly expressed solidarity with these insurrectionists. She supported the sedition on social media, tweeting at 6 a.m. on the morning of the attack, "Today is 1776," in quotes. She officially objected to the election certification of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris based on conspiracy theories and lies dismissed by more than 60 court challenges, 2 Supreme Court challenges, and 3 recounts. In her speech to Congress, she said, quote, "I have constituents outside this building right now. I promised my voters to be their voice," end quote. These chosen constituents were moments from desecrating the Capitol building, assaulting police officers, and threatening violence towards members of Congress, the Vice President, and the media. As actual constituents of Colorado, District 3, we do not believe Ms. Boebert upheld her pledge to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Her first action as representative was reprehensible. Her behavior was histrionic, designed to appeal to a small base of supporters and not represent the 75,000 individuals living in her district. CD03 communities are banding together to decry incivility, insurrection, and sedition. Representative Boebert should be condemned for her behavior on January 6th. It was unacceptable, unrepresentative of our larger district population, and not befitting the office to which she was elected. The attached list of names is not attached to this particular email. We have been represented that there's over 650 signatures to this petition, so it demands our attention. The question is, what is our role as City Council to respond to this request? So with that, I would like me go around and see if there is well, number one, I should also say that limited members of the majority of council has already signed a petition. I said not all of us, but the majority of council has already signed a request, not a petition, that was sent directly to Congresswoman Pelosi in request to censure our representative in Congress. That was signed by 78 elected officials in District 3. That's representative of most communities throughout the western slope of Colorado in District 3. That action has already been taken. This would be an additional action if we decide it has merit. And so understanding that history and what has already been taken, already been accomplished, I'd like to get your feedback. Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Baxter, you have any thoughts moving forward?
Yeah, I do have thoughts, but I'm going to listen to what others have to say first. Thank you.
Okay, surely. Let's, Councilor Noseworthy, you had your hand raised. How can I?
Sure, I'm happy to jump in. I think it's important to recognize that they're not necessarily asking us to sign the petition, but to take action. And the action is to condemn the behavior if council sees it. I recognize that 3 of us chose to sign, and that, first of all, let me say that letter for elected officials came out on a Monday. I think I saw it close to 11 o'clock, and people had less than an hour to review it and make their decision individually as to whether or not they would sign. So I think that's important as well, that everyone may not have even seen it, given how, if you don't check your email at the right time. So this is, as I read it, a request for all of council, not individuals. That's always an option later, but to take a position condemning certain behaviors. I also recognize the attorney's counsel that whatever if council took an action, anything would have to be worded in such a manner as to be nonpartisan. So I understand that. I wanted to clarify that as well. I think by the fact that I was willing to sign the elected officials letter, and Dean, my number was 68. So if more have gone up, I think that's great. Or if I'm wrong, we're still close. But and that has made news quite beyond Durango, that issue. So I'll throw out that I think we're called to make an action, and I think it requires us to each make the decision. And I recognize that that's an individual decision, but as a collective group, possibly. I'm willing to support a council decision should there be a majority. I support that to make a condemnation, provided the wording can be agreed upon and in a manner that is nonpartisan. So that's not a provision. I don't want it to be a provision. I want it to be that recognizing that the wording would have to be carefully presented. Any such wording would have to be carefully presented.
Any other comments, up, down, sideways on this issue? I might, the minor point of clarification is if I can impose on Dirk for a moment to recite what it is in the specific language addressing nonpartisan behavior by council, by us as a body in home rule city of Durango, Colorado.
Yes, it's in the ethics code. I'll pull the language up here. There are a couple places in the ethics code that talk about that, but the primary place it shows up is in section 2-202. And it says that, give me just a second to find it, but it was right here. Paraphrasing, it just says that that partisanship shall not be a factor in any decision-making by any public official. I'm still looking for the exact language, but that's effectively what it says.
So
here it is. I finally found it. It's 202 B, and it says, there shall be no partisan references or campaigning for political office at city council meetings. And this is the important part. Partisanship shall not be a factor in any official action of any city official. That's the primary section of the code.
So,
while I have the podium here, I'll also, one of the things that I was asked to check into, and I had limited time to do this because we were obviously very busy putting together other things for the meeting, but my inquiries, I was asked to inquire about any other municipalities that had taken action as a council or as a board. My inquiries were not able to turn up any other councils that had done that. I was also asked to find out if any other cities had similar provisions to that I just read. And I also, while there are some that are similar, there are none that are quite as pointed in that regard as ours is.
And what I recall from what you referenced there was official business, notwithstanding that each of us have our own opportunity to make political statements of our own accord and not as official business of the council, but still in our position as a member of council, we can sign on to things like the letter I referenced that was 68 or 78, who knows, of which elected officials throughout the Western Slope at our own election. And I think that was appropriate. It was also impactful, I might say, and I'm questioning in my own mind the impact of a letter of this nature at this time, knowing that Congress itself is taking action against Lauren Boebert, and certainly that is the action that was requested, is being requested, and it is in fact happening. We can reinforce that action and support that action, but in fact, we would be requesting action that's already been taken. So in some sense. So in my mind, I believe that the official action, if we wanted to send this to representatives of Lauren Boebert, to the fact that City Council in fact received these 650 signatures to a petition, and whatever impact that has, which I think would be credible to to her office, that would be appropriate to forward it. But this is asking us actually to take, for us as a body, to take specific action. I'm reminded that the last petition we got for 1,000 signatures was to La Plata Electric Association. We, as a council, simply delivered that to La Plata Electric for the requested action, and it made significant change. That's one thing we could do with this petition, to not ignore the effort that's gone into it and the 650 people behind it, is simply forward it to the elected officials, to Lauren Boebert's office, and have her acknowledge that that many people feel this way in our community. That's one alternative action. So I don't know if that resonates with anybody on council, or if there's a palette to further craft a letter as has been requested. So that's a question. So I can rephrase that question. I know you're thinking this is a tough one, and it's I believe what Dirk has pointed out to us as electeds extremely limits what we can do and what is appropriate for council to embark on. Chris?
I'm going to wade in here carefully. I signed the letter that went to Congress, and I think that was the appropriate personal action that I made. But I think this is challenging. It's not because it's not something I don't support, and I support your concept of getting that petition by all of those citizens in the right hands, if that hasn't already been done. And certainly anybody here can sign on to that. But we have the restrictions that we placed upon ourselves relative to that issue. I don't particularly see it as a partisan issue. I think a lot of people don't. I see it as a constitutional issue, but I feel that personally, and I don't know that that personal feeling rises to the level of me saying much more than what I'm saying right now. That I supported that letter personally, and I support their petition personally, but then to encourage council to do something in addition based on the constraints that we've already put in play. I don't know that I'm personally comfortable with that right now. If the council as a body feels differently, I'm certainly willing to listen to it and supportive of the tone of the concept, and I appreciate the fact that Councilor Noseworthy has also been supportive of this, and I think we're all sort of appalled by that behavior that took place for many people, including our representative. So I do condemn it, and I condemn what she did just by the spreading of lies on the national stage. But I don't know that it's this particular council's role, whose purview is to govern municipal politics, to make that comment as a collective whole.
Thank you. That's a good summary, and my sentiments exactly, quite honestly, and it was an intolerable action on her part, and I think it's being investigated at this point adequately and thoroughly, and hopefully action will result from that. Uh, Melissa, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I don't know if you had any thoughts, but we can get through this discussion and move forward to the final items in our agenda this evening.
I would just suggest that, given the way the language is written in our code of ethics, that I think it's definitely a gray area for me, and it's concerning. And so I think that we've heard that also, from our city attorney, which concerns me, and any language that we crafted would have to be so very, very carefully crafted that I think it might take away from the potential strength of the original cause intended. I would suggest that I was impressed with the letter from our police chief tonight. I think that they drafted a very a strong letter that I definitely support, condemning the violence, and that gave me a bit of pause because I was originally thinking that I was not interested in a potential conflict with a Board of Ethics violation. I'm really not. It's not. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm gone. I do think it's a gray area. I think we need to tread very gingerly on it, and sometimes I think that just allowing ourselves to focus on the work that we've got ahead of us right now is worthwhile as well. We have a lot on our plate, and so I'm not sure that if we decide to take it on, we're going to have to devote some time to very, very careful language.
Agree. All right. Well, if we heard from, I don't know, Councilor Baxter, if you want to weigh in or not. It's, I think we've got concern about responding to this particular petition. I'm reminded that the county commissioners did in fact draft a rebuttal of not her specific action, but a condemnation of the activity that took place on at the Capitol, and the lack of that, and lack of civility, et cetera. It was more generic and probably a letter that fit the constraints that Dirk outlined for us. But that might be an option to craft a letter of generic, a more generic letter that would be supportable by all of us, both in spirit and in signature, in agreement to sign on. But I like what you were saying, Melissa, as well, that the focus is really localized now, and the comments made by our police chief were totally appropriate and really account for the needs of our community as we move into the next day on a local basis as well. So, Barbara, I don't know if you have any more thoughts about crafting.
I do, but Kim, I'd like to say something, but Kim has already taken off her microphone.
Go ahead. I'm just sitting here right now. I'll come back.
Okay. I think it's important, and I appreciate Councilor Bettine's comments on a personal level. I'd like to say that, I think everyone's real clear. I condemn the actions of Representative Boebert. I did that as an individual and signed my name as an elected official. And I provided a rationale to the public for what went into my thinking behind it. And I think it's really important as we look at inauguration tomorrow, that we recognize that healing begins with an accountability, and that this is a scar on our democracy. And so my big hope and expectation is that anyone who participated in, supported, or incited this insurrection is investigated and held accountable.
Without specific reference to Representative Boebert.
I think that's the letter asked for that to take place. It's the letter that the elected signed talked about actions and specifically asked for investigation of her behavior as well as anyone else who may have participated in this.
So while I completely agree with all of you, I do not support violence or condone violence in any way, shape, or form ever. And I'm was very pleased, as Melissa and Dean have mentioned, Chief Bramer's conversation tonight with us all. So, and I also think that as with Councilor Bettine, and I'm sure everybody else, our job is for me personally, is more local. I can do something about this, what's happening here. I can make a difference. I can be involved, and we can make that change that's good for our community. But I'm not certain our position rises to the other occasion that we were discussing. So
I might add that, I think each of us individually have opportunity, avenues, and influences in other arenas that are way more impactful to actually causing action against in this situation than a simple letter from council. That would be more of a show of force than it would be any real impact to causing any censure or any action against her whatsoever by a single letter from City Council in Durango, Colorado. I believe the previous letter was very impactful in its format and its purpose. And quite honestly, I respect the 650 people that have asked us to take action. At this time, it would be for our own purposes, not for any real impact. I truly believe understanding the workings of Congress and those things that are already in motion. So if there is an alternative letter that could be crafted and proposed to council, I would be helpful and able to participate in that and maybe bring it back for consideration. But I think at this point we need to, and I would be in agreement to forward this petition to the representative that we had here online earlier, representatives, Lauren's local representative, and pass this action, this petition on to him as
I have a legal question, Dean.
Dean's frozen.
Oh, he is. So I'm not certain of the protocol. I understand the petition has been signed, but the petition came to us. And so I'm not certain of then conveying it to a third party, or I'm just not certain. I think that would have to go back to the platform it might have to go back for the platform. I want to make certain we're not violating anybody's confidentiality or anything there. I don't understand the process.
Well, the petition's a public record now because it came to us, right?
Yeah, so it seems like it should be okay, right?
Well, the other thing we might do is suggest to the authors of the petition that they send it to Mr. Camacho directly or to Ms. Boebert directly. I'm guessing Dean is trying to get back on, but I guess as Mayor Pro Tem, that means I take the lead on the meeting right now. Okay, so I think that we've discussed this enough. Do you all agree with that or not? Should we move on? Okay, all right, so the next, I believe
Kim, I might ask that I would be willing, because I note that one of the original speakers is still on here and I don't want to bring them into the table, but I would be willing to follow up and ask about the intention of sending it on to a representative, the petition. I'm willing to explore that tomorrow with the folks who put this together.
Sounds great. So the next thing that we had was item 12.2 and item 12.3. I believe when I spoke with Jose that they were actually the same item. They just accidentally got duplicated. So really 12.3 is the one we're discussing. Is this true?
Yes, but we have a 12.1 also.
Sorry, I must be beyond that page. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. 12.1. Discussion and possible action regarding formation of a city council city facilities subcommittee. You're up, Jose. Go for it.
Okay, definitely want to make these two next items short, understanding the hour. But if there's any questions, definitely help. But with the world pay discussion and city facilities buildings that we had at the last council meeting, looking to see if I can get some more direction of just taking a look at what facilities that we have on board, kind of answer some of those basic questions and get some feedback from council subcommittee before going to the council of some of the information that might be relevant and timely for the council to consider. So it was an idea that I had that if we could get a city facilities subcommittee, and my thoughts were maybe the mayor and the mayor pro tem could be that committee where I could just go and get a little bit more information and guidance on our current city's facility situation and get some guidance on when what that presentation should include for the council.
That's a great idea.
Okay, this sounds like you've got to go ahead on that with the head nods there.
Okay.
Okay. Now, yes.
Oh, sorry, I was like.
Easy. Now 12.3, discussion and possible action to appoint a city councilor to the Colorado Municipal League Policy Committee.
Yes, Mayor and Council, sorry about it. 12.2 and 12.3 were the same item. We just kind of had it two different ways. 12.3 will be able to take care of it. There has been interest that I believe that the council knows that Councilor Youssef would like to represent the city of Durango's position on the Colorado Municipal League Policy Committee. That is something that right now currently I'm on and have no problem allowing a councilor or Councilor Youssef to take on that position, but just wanted to make sure that the council was aware and was agreeable with that if that is the case.
I think it's a great idea. I think Melissa would be a wonderful representative.
I too am supportive.
Thank you, guys.
As am I.
And Dean just
am I. Sorry
okay.
to go to
Yay. All right.
Thank you. More meetings for me.
Thank you, Council.
Dean,
Thanks
we
for
just
carrying
did
on.
3, so now it's your turn to go back to number 13 if you want to, which is council reports and actions. So take it away, Dean. You be the leader now.
Thank you so much. I'm going to defer any council reports and actions for my fellow councilors, and given the fact that this is 11:05 and I just returned from the darkness, but let's do a round and we can adjourn this meeting.
Okay, I'll go quickly. I've been wanting to tell you guys for a little while that Barbara and I both participated last weekend in the volunteer training for the community-wide vaccination effort, which is just a phenomenal effort happening by our community with Karen Zink in charge and so many volunteers stepping forward. It's phenomenal. I'm serving on the Communications Planning Committee, so I've been attending the meetings for a little while, and it's great. And the city is definitely offering support. I wanted to make sure all of council was aware. I reached out to Jose at one of our first Communication Planning Committee meetings, and they were in need of us providing forms. And you would just not realize how much of a big deal it is. But when you're trying to vaccinate thousands and hopefully thousands of residents, it takes a lot of forms. And so Jose has agreed with the help of city staff to provide these forms for our weekly vaccination clinics at the fairgrounds. And I wanted to make sure all of council was aware it's their time, energy, and resources, and their contributions are greatly appreciated. And I wanted to thank Barbara for participating in her efforts. She's a volunteer as well. And just let you guys know that it's just a really exciting time. We are going to start vaccinating 400 to 500 70-plus-year-olds starting this Saturday, and I'll be standing out there probably with Barbara, greeting people, likely in the snow. So yeah, it's going to be one of those. But we'll do whatever it takes. It's important work, and we're excited about it. So that was the first.
You guys, good job, guys.
Any questions on that?
Melissa, I just quickly, I am curious, is this kind of within the construct of the normal vaccination pattern, or is it, because I had heard that there was maybe something extra about it, that maybe more people were going to be vaccinated in a shorter amount of time because of this effort. Is that rumor true?
We're hoping we are, yet another site that's offering the vaccinations. We too send all of our people to the San Juan Basin Public Health website to register. And so they sort it out and they send appointments to the people who register based on their tiers and also first come, first serve. So that's kind of how it works. I'm not sure how they decide whether it goes to the fairgrounds or Albertsons or whatever, but San Juan Basin Public Health is making those decisions. We aren't. We're just there with, they've got resources, and Karen Zink is stepping up to help because we can get more vaccinations, but we need the manpower to get them distributed. And that's what this is. It's basically more manpower than the other sites had. Awesome. And Barbara, yes.
Could I also, Chris, add that we think this might be a unique grassroots community effort for the state, if not even for the country. And I also wanted to add to Melissa's, we've got, the firefighters there as EMTs on a volunteer basis for the next 4 weeks. We've got San Juan Basin Health there working all hours. Everyone else who volunteered, there are, it was an outpouring. It was our community, in my mind, at its best. But from what we heard from Karen, and I think from Leanne Jolan, this may be a unique community rising to the occasion to help out a public health department.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I would like to volunteer Dean. He has some extra time on his hands.
Actually, I hope to be there on Saturday. This is Karen's idea was to stand up the previous Channel 9 Health Fair volunteer mechanism with help from the city and the fire department and San Juan Basin Health to just do more throughput. And I think it will have that in addition to all the other sites that are available as well that can be found on that San Juan Basin Health Department website. This is an opportunity to get a lot of people vaccinated in a shorter amount of time. So I think it's it was her idea. She said, "What we've done this before. We've done it on one Saturday. Why don't we do this on every Saturday for the next 5 months, and we can include everybody in it?" So yeah, hope to be there. If they can find a spot for me, I'm pretty useless. So I
have one more item, Chris. Are you going to go into another item? Okay, I'll just finish really quickly. I wanted to suggest that I had a conversation with Kim yesterday, I believe it was, I can't keep my days straight, about the Strategy and Long-Term Finance Committee. I've also spoken with Jose about this. We as a council need to come up with a plan of action for them to sink their teeth into, and they really need some direction. And so we've kind of been on hold a little while staff gets up to speed. And I think, now is the appropriate time to give them a task for the next, however bit of time, 4 to 6 months. But I wanted to bring that to council, and that's why Kim sent off that the original, outline for which we thought they might work. And Kim, why don't you go ahead and talk about your idea for this metrics and KPIs?
Melissa.
Sorry. It was a good idea.
It's 11:10. I can hardly think right now. So the first item that we had to do with reserve balances, which they have addressed in their own manner. And the second one had to do with benchmarking and KPIs. And, the fact that, for example, Roger has, oh my God, a whole barrel full of all these KPIs and benchmark and research, which is one of the reasons why we appointed him to the board. And the others do too. They have a lot of good information and a lot of experience. And the question might be, what are other communities doing that we can steal from them, if you will, to improve our community? Or how are they measuring success? And is that a good way for us to measure success? Those kind of ideas. And I don't want to narrow down on a specific thing. Of course, housing's back there for sure, but I don't want to narrow down right now on a specific thing. That might be better for them once they start looking at things to say, hey, I think the city can make a difference in our community by looking at these two things and measuring them these ways and using these kind of programs. I don't know, but maybe that's something that they might be really interested in doing. And it was our number 2 recommendation for what they embark upon. So
how does everyone feel about that? You okay? Okay.
Yeah, if you think that's highest and best use for them, and they accept that task, I think that's they'll tell us whether they think that's in their within their wheelhouse or not. Yeah.
Right, and they might have questions, and I've also asked Kim to attend the next meeting with me because they like to ask a bunch of questions. That way, we can just brainstorm together. So just want to make sure you guys were okay with that direction.
Well, it's getting late, so I don't know if we have a lot of time to debate, but I would toss out to them that the sunset taxes of the streets tax and Parks and Rec tax and all the reasons that we have structural issues going forward would be the thing that I'm most interested in them contemplating, period. So I don't know when they want to tackle. That's the biggest issue to me, but.
And you know what, Chris, I agree with you. One of the things that Melissa and I also discussed had to do with the facilities needs assessment. And until we kind of got that together, it might be hard to make a really informed conversation about what, if we wanted to re-up those taxes, what might we do with them, or what should they be paying for, or what's our highest priorities. And in the meantime, until we got to that point, that this might be something that they could work on. That was the kind of the concept. Because I agree with
Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough.
I agree with Chris as well. Is that we got that's the structural issues are our long-term unfunded needs are what we hired them to at a high salary I might add to help us out with. So. Okay, sounds good. That's all I have. Excellent. Chris?
I do have some things tonight of all nights. The Parks and Rec Board had their meeting last week. They would like to suggest that we reschedule their next study session. Again, the request that staff be in attendance as part of that, and that there be an agenda, and then 4 out of 5 of us potentially are able to make it. So I put that to staff, and hopefully council is amenable to continuing that conversation. They're getting into the good meat of their work here shortly. So I think timing would be right. And then I think it can't be said enough, but I wanted to personally thank Greg Boyson for his service to the community. The city wastewater treatment plant was the one big project that he really worked on during my tenure. And it was done with such a high degree of excellence and accountability to the city. He's just such an amazing example of somebody who's dedicated his career to excellence for the city. And he's going to be missed, and certainly I'll miss him. And I know he's probably already missed by the people he works with. So wanted to mention that. And then I just wanted to plug Feed the Front Lines, that program that supports local restaurants by feeding people that are on the front line, healthcare workers and police officers and fire department and Animal Surgical Hospital. And all of those folks are getting fed as of today. We delivered our first bit of food actually to the Durango Police Force this morning. And so you can donate to that program at the Local First website. There's a donation page on there. We have already reached 75% of our $60,000 goal amount. So we're actually hopefully going to overachieve that this time around. And we have about a dozen restaurants participating and more to come. One thing I did want to mention, because Centura and Mercy, have had a bit of a PR challenge in the area. They have been one of the primary funders this time around. Last time they were a beneficiary of the program. But this time they actually recognized that the impacts of COVID have affected the community so drastically that they wanted to support restaurants in the community and simultaneously get meals out to their nutritious meals out to their staff. And so they have made the biggest donation among other companies like Drink Land Homes, Premier Vacation Rentals Group that founded the initial stage of this, including Animas Surgical Hospital as well. So thanks to all of those organizations, and thanks to all of you who have already donated. And if you haven't already, get out there, and those guys are doing a lot of good. That's all.
Great. Barbara, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So the Alliance Investors Group met, and I think I sent you guys all the link for that. It was a real update, good update from San Juan Basin Public Health 9R. But that was a week ago, and all that information seems to be old. So I wanted to share that. The Community Relations Commission, and I note that we still have a participant on here who is a member of the Community Relations Commission. So I want to thank that person for hanging out this long. They met and had their retreat last week. We're still working on that. They're working on the summary of that. But one of the things that came up was a real prioritization of the limited dollars that we have for translation services, the 7,500. They want us to ideally address the bus schedule and transit information at the transit center. I also know that the health orders are important. So they'll be sending that again, writing that up. And I also wanted to say, I had asked under new business, I shared with council the feedback I received on a component of the Visit Durango strategic plan. And I don't want to necessarily discuss it tonight, but the mayor had a very good suggestion, which was because our Community Relations Commission helped us come up with the diversity, equity, and inclusion goals that the council adopted. And because they serve as someone to help us, a group to help us with any blind spots we might have, and to help us maybe get to who we want to be and what we want to be as a city, he suggested that we seek their opinion on some of the materials provided in that strategic plan. They'll be meeting next week, and it's my understanding they'll be making a recommendation to council based on materials, the entire strategic plan, actually, because I've already been informed that there's some opinions on things that could be used to promote a more diverse and inclusive community as part of that. So they'll be meeting next week, and I'm hopeful that there'll be a recommendation coming to City Council.
Thank you, Barbara. Any other?
Not tonight.
So we got plenty of time. So if you
another time, Dean, another time.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, it's time for architects to get to work. So no problem. It's before midnight. With that, I'd like to adjourn. Thank everybody for hanging in through a number of tough conversations tonight. Those were not anything that we could force a response. So appreciate everybody's effort. And it's 11:20, and I hereby adjourn this regular City Council meeting of January 19th.